right. You got you need to get a notebook. Yeah.
We're not recording?
Yeah, you can still. Regular notebook. Real idea though. Magnetic, Shakaloo, Mia. What is my quality? Truth. Yeah, matter of fact, I was just looking at the comments too. Shaka New, what is what do you call it? Pascal's, what do you call it? Pascal's wager. What is Pascal's rate wager? I've heard the term before, but I it is a so the different apps. The different apps have different lag time. So that was interesting. Believing in the magical sky genie. Oh, the safe bet. That's what you're saying. So I know what you're talking about now. The the idea that you know, kind of you don't know, but you'll just go along with whatever is the rules that he established, just in case you get to heaven. You would rather have been a good Christian than not. Like it's kind of a gamble, even those people that say, well, I'm not stupid enough to not believe that there's some kind of high power. Truth Rules from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Welcome to the channel. Grand Rapids, no, My daughter went to college in Michigan, in Michigan State. That's East Lansing, right? Most agnostics are like that. Yeah. So agnostic is kind of when you don't know. Now let's say you'll be in Grand Rapids on Thursday, free to be me. What's the cipher like out there in Grand Rapids? Is there a lot of brothers in that? A lot of brothers and sisters in that cipher out there? Can't really. Some choices apps lag time. Lag time is a little crazy today. True Fruit, you still there? Maybe came in and bounced out. What's going on out there though? Got any questions? Any questions we starting off today with? Before we get in right now, we're gonna Reverend went to get a notepad real quick. I don't know if all of y'all was on yesterday, that's on right now, but the brother that came yesterday, we gotta get him started. So right now we just taking it easy, get too involved with VC Realm. VC Realm come tell us what's in the news. Current events is going crazy. See, I told y'all about 2022, the prequel. See, when the plot started off kind of slow, I thought it was me. It's rolling now. Man, he ain't fast for 3 days, but he ain't getting the mathematics. Right now, he just getting the history, find out who Allah is, you know, things that, we rather people know than not know. See, that's a whole science. See, a lot of people, you go around telling people that they got. See, I can't tell you that you got. You got to tell me that you got. The issue is you got to show and prove it. That's you see, if you go around telling people they died, then you're dealing with that same situation where a lot of times you putting dirty clothes. I mean, you putting clean clothes on them, and the person ain't take it back. They got to come to the realization of that for themselves, you know, especially when you're dealing with, you know, grown people, kids. You can burn things into their mind, just like Christianity or patriotism, et cetera, can just be burned into your mind. You know what I mean? But when a person, and then even that, it can be burned into their mind, right? But then how they really activate it? Do they even activate it? See, or that's something that they got to tell you. So you can only bring people up to 6. You can't really make somebody go. So you can bring them up to 6. That's the fullest equality. You can further their education. For them to cross that next line into 7, they got to do that on their own. See, this is just the tools to get you where you want to be. That's why some people, they started off here, and now you see them wherever that's where they need to be. See, even that, when you building with somebody that they just getting the knowledge, right? You got to hear them out before you correct them. You see, this thing that they saying could just be a manifestation of a deeper misunderstanding that they have, or a deeper lack of knowledge that they have. But if you don't hear them out, then you would never know that. See, or even, if you just coming into the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, you don't want to just be misquoting your lessons and all that. But when it comes to manifesting your understanding, right? Don't be afraid to be wrong. Because see, you want to be corrected. You want to be right and exact. You don't want to be wrong. So you rather just go ahead and say what you said, and then somebody can tell you, now this is what it is. Positive elevation always correct errors, But there's people that have sat there, right, with a lack of knowledge or misunderstanding for decades. And indeed, love had a right. So yeah, you may go through some hell, but like I said, really, uh, if you know your lessons, right, you know, yeah, understanding grows with time. No, people, uh, misunderstanding. Yeah, you get, you know what I mean, maybe a heated conversation, but that's not like not knowing your lessons, you know, or doing, you know, like I said, you know, that's something that, you know, if people know that you know your lessons, you know, they know that you put an effort into it. So they, you know, it's not, I'm just saying that it's not really no real need to be nervous about manifesting your understanding. This brother wants to get a notebook at. See, that's the kind of thing. See, if you grow in knowledge, he'll look back on this day right here where he couldn't find a notebook to get the knowledge of himself, and how easy things like that become once you get the knowledge of yourself. Wordsmith, we've been at Wordsmith been back for a couple of weeks now. Wordsmith has been back consistent for about 2 or 3 weeks. Wordsmith is wild. Wordsmith show up in New York the week before the show improves, and then leave before the show improves start. One thing they can't say about you, Wordsmith, is that it's two of you. One of a kind, my brother, one of a Wordsmith said, I need to get my lessons back on paper. Why don't you write them down? It's the easiest way to get them back on paper. Yeah, I mean, I could be oversimplifying things here, but have you considered that? Yeah, I know about Dumb Boy King. That was the remnants of a gang. I don't want to say the remnants, but it was a whole gang that you know, that was their area. You know what I'm saying? But all over that area at that time, Jamaica, it was, you know, different people, but they just didn't have people that went into that world. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's kind of what, you know, after the gangs, the different people, the different brothers and sisters went into different worlds. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the 5% is a big world where where people went into. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that sounds for the Supreme Team. That was another world. The word's supposed to sound like it typed out. So why don't you type it out? Um, I mean, it's possible. I don't know, you know, the origin of the name and all of that. Uh, uh, do know that there was some files with that. Anyway, so get back to this here, right? The you know, when you go into you know, the study with different you know, you go to study with different nations, right? You know, they give you their book of their history, right? What they consider the history. You know, you go to the Christians, they give you the Bible. But that's the history of some people. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, that's experience, right? That you can use to have a greater understanding of things that you might be getting ready to do, right? And you see how other people already went through that and how they came out. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know, but the thing is, right, that that could also be used to shape and mold your history. You understand what I mean? So because now it becomes used to shape and mold what you're doing, right? So we could be given Christianity, right? And now because of the history that they taught of those people and how they put it on a certain high level in our minds, right? Now we want to live just like them. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, when that may not apply to the day and time we live in. Like there's some like things that's just like, look, we don't gotta do that. You know what I mean? Like once upon a time, you know, if the people didn't go down to the river and get the pots of water, right, then we wasn't gonna exist. But now we don't gotta do that. You understand what I'm saying? We can devote our mental and physical energy to something else. Right. So this is the signs right now. Is that, you know, you're going to start off right here, right, with the history of who Allah is, right, and some of the origins of the 5%, right? Then, you know, following that, you're going to start with your history. All of this right here, right now, right? That you're about to write down in that book. This is day one, you come around 5%. See what I'm saying? You'll be able to look back at that and see, you know, your step-by-step progress, right? This is, I know you heard of Book of Life. You're starting your Book of Life right now. You see what I'm saying? But this is the book of your life. So if you go to the to Hebrew Israelites, they give you a book, you know, in an interpretation of that person's life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're not going to get no history and no interpretation, you know, of, you know, different people and what they did here either, right? But the most thing is you using that, like I said, as examples on how you want to shape your own life, though. You know what I'm saying? And you can use those examples, right? But see, we deal with something called renewing history, right? And not repeating history. So what that means is, you know, yeah, it's nothing new under the sun, right? But we know that the one constant and the universe is changing. So if things is constantly changing, you can't cross the street the same way every day. See what I'm saying? You know, every driver is not sober. Every driver don't have the same peripheral vision. You understand what I'm saying? So even though you cross the street right now, you probably can't even imagine, you know, how many thousands of times you still got to do the knowledge each time, right? If you try to just repeat, if you try to just sleepwalk through it, you're going to get killed. See what I'm saying? So right now, first of all, read this. Start from February 22nd, right? And go to right. Now read it out loud.
Oh, okay. Basically, something to be told about the Father Allah. February 22nd, 1928, Allah was born as Clarence Edward Smith in Danville, Pennsylvania County, Virginia. Allah was the fifth child of seven from Mary and Lewis. Allah's mother moved to New York City in 1940 to look for a better employment. In 1944, Allah moved to New York to join his family. He met Lee Jowers and had two sons named Allah and Allah B, born 1949 and 1951. Later on, Allah met a woman named Dora and had four children: P. Allah Perry, C. Allah Clarence, Debbie, and Christina. Lastly, Allah had his seventh child from earth named
Javasia,
who was named after Allah. On October 30th, 1952, Allah was inducted into the Army at the age of 24 as a private first class and fought in the Korean War. He was trained in the arts of Kung Fu, Judo, and Karate. In August 1954, Allah was discharged from active service and returned home to NYC, on which he was in the Army Reserve until he was honorably discharged from service September 30th, 1949, completing 8 years in the military. Allah received service medals, and his tenure in the military was consistent with Allah service number 51-20785, Korean Service Medal, Bronze Star, Combat Infantry Badge, President Unit Citation in the Republic of Korea, United Nations Service Medal, and National Defense Service Medal. His wife Dora had become a Muslim and entered the Nation Inside under the leadership of Watchman. In 1960, Allah joined with the Nation of Islam Temple, NOI number 7, in Harlem, which headed by Malcolm X. Within the NOI, taught that Islamic God Allah came in person, the master of Fard Muhammad, and taught his messenger, who became the leader of the NOI. Elijah Muhammad taught that Fard was God. Within the lessons of the NOI, called the Supreme Wisdom, a lesson entitled the Student Enrollment contained 10 questions and answers. The first question asks, who is the original man? And the answer stating the original man is a ascetic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, and God of the universe. Through this lesson, Allah had supreme revelation. And since the lessons, as well as other lessons, state that the black man is God and that God is not missing, He is revealed He realized in Almighty true and living God. Therefore, in 1963, Allah started teaching that He is God, which differed from the teaching of the prophets under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. This led to Allah leaving the NOI, deserting the name Stamps 13X and not being known as Allah until the day death in 1969. Out of respect and truth within Allah's revelation, the NGE doesn't refer to Allah as Stamps 13X. It should be said by this due to the history and differences between his teaching and the teaching that is taught within the NOI. After leaving the NOI, Allah took to the streets of Harlem teaching the inner city youth who come from broken homes, gangs, young teens who had low values and self-esteem. He taught them things like what foods were and were not healthy to eat, to stay away from the swine and drugs. All simple things from showering once a day to earning an education so that they can get a job and become productive members in their community. In 1964, Allah began to establish the foundation for the implementation of his determined idea. In October 1964, he formulated the body of the 5% nation. These were the first non-born of nothing. Green, Black Messiah, Allah Salam, Allah Jabbar, Prince Allah, Murad Naheem, Mashim, Akbar, Bali, aka Jihad, a BCG number 7, Allah Jahim Kahim. On December 9, 1964, the first attempt was made to assassinate Allah named Paulus, who shot him with a high-powered rifle while he was in the basement in 27th Street in Harlem. On May 31st, 1965, while speaking in front of a hotel, the Russian, located on 2900 7th Avenue, 2 police officers attempted to break and escape. As a result of the disturbance was brought up. He, along with Old Man Justice, Papa, and God Supreme, was arrested for unlawful assembly. Disorderly contact, Honda, and possession of marijuana. On June 2nd, 1965, an arraignment in criminal court began before Judge Ferris X. O'Brien. He told the judge that he was wrong for accusing the rich people when he offered for the lawyer. He told the judge that he was Allah and that he would represent himself. The judge then ordered that he be taken into custody and held in 9,500 pounds. On September 23rd, 1965, the judge in the Supreme Court, Part 30, ordered him to be placed in custody of psychiatric unit, Bellevue Hospital, for psychiatric evaluation. This was due to him proclaiming himself to be Allah. While in Bellevue, he continued to teach the youth. As a result, the authorities transferred Allah to Nagawan Psychiatric Center for Criminal Insane in November of 1965 as a means of separating him from the grown nation. However, his nation continued to grow, and it was in 1966 the first House Parliament was held at one Allah B's house, located on 120th Street and 7th Avenue, New York City. While at Matterhorn, the father educated the first Caucasian member of the 5% nation named Israel, John Kennedy. On March 24, 1967, Allah was released from custody. On March 25, 1967, he made his first public appearance up to the nation in front of Gilmore Inn on 7th Avenue, April 30, 1967. Our first Universal Parliament was held on Mount Morris Park, Marcus Garden Park. Allah worked closely with Mayor John B. Lindsay of New York City and the mayor associated Barry Gothard. Allah received the Urban League Street Academy, Nav Code, Allah School Method, Actor, 2122 Adam Clayton Boulevard, New York, New York, 010027. For Mary Lindsay, July 1967. Allah set up a program of classes, and those who passed automatically was enrolled into the college preparation program at Harlem Prep. The headmaster in Harlem Prep was a man named Edward Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter took on the name God Carter and hung a universal flag inside of his office. In 1967, the universal flag was represented by a universal Shamgar and ordained by Allah as our nation's flag. Early students and Allah teachers went to Harlem Prep and were taught by the famous authors such as historians John Henry Clark and Dr. Yusuf and Joe Palmer. In 1968, the Enlightenment was composed of Dinhu, knowledge, God, and Amal education, and obeyed by Allah as the official anthem of our nation. In April 1968, Martin Luther King was assassinated. Allah and sons took to the streets to help the city stop people from rioting and looting, which they succeeded. Articles in your newspaper surfaced that Allah and the work he and his sons accomplished. On June 13, 1969, approximately at 4:15 a.m., Allah was assassinated after being shot 7 times by 2 or more assailants in the building of his wife Dorothy at 21st West 112th Street, New York, New York.
All right, now, write that down. Word for word, just like that.
Everything?
Yeah, all that, the part you just read, starting from on February 22nd. This right here is that was something that was put together by the Office of Cultural Affairs right there. That's a little syllabus that they put together. They got a program now where they're going to be going into the penitentiaries and teaching. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of people in there that, they got poor knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Depending on who's in a particular facility, it might not even be nobody in there that know 120. You know what I'm saying? They haven't been exposed to all the things. So they going in there to, work with brothers that could be the liaison. You know what I'm saying? So this is like the syllabus that they have for the brothers so that they know what they doing when they teaching. You know what I mean?
So the syllabus, that's like a little summary.
The syllabus that's like the kind of the court, the topics of study of the courts. You know what I mean? The flow of the study. You know what I mean? Like, when you go to school and be like, all right, we're going to study ancient history. We're going to break that down into the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. We're going to have a chapter on this, chapter on that. That's the syllabus.
It's big. This is recent, right? This is recent.
Yeah, well, they just now, they got a next level of approval, right? Where they got a next level of approval where they started the program, right? And here's the thing, right? People that's from New York probably know this, but Matterhorn is fish kill now. Yeah, it's a state penitentiary. So they're gonna be, that's the first jail that they're going in, the first prison they're going in to start this program is fish kill. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's wild, right? The mathematics on that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like, see, now that's the science of mathematics right there. To say that, you was in there, whether justified or not, right? You was in there and now your sons is coming back to teach.
Yeah, wow.
You know what I'm saying? We came a long way.
Yeah.
Peace.
Hey, what happened to the security threat thing? You know what I mean? I know that's the 90s, right?
What security threat? Oh, you talking about in terms of how the system understood who he was?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like back in the 90s and stuff.
Well, it's been quite a bit of litigation over that. You know what I'm saying? From what I know, in a lot of places, they got that taken off. You know what I'm saying? I know in Virginia, in New York, you know what I'm saying? There's been a couple of different litigations in terms of, letting people know, what the nation is and what the nation is about. You know what I'm saying? Because, uh, in terms of the mainstream, right? Like, see what we doing, now we on the internet, right? But I'm saying that, the way the knowledge spread, we out there, they don't know what we're doing. Like, we little kids, they can't really, all they know is when we get in trouble, right? That, yeah, that's them. You know what I'm saying? They got those crowns on, you know what I'm saying, where they took so that's where they registering us at. You understand what I'm saying? Now a brother that goes to college, right? His mindset is different. He may not even say nothing to them about the fathers. Like, I'm just here to learn, B. You understand what I'm saying? So those numbers is not registered. All the other things that happen, all the other people. You see what I'm saying? Just like, I'm quite sure the greatest number of people in there is Christian. You understand what I'm saying? But that don't reflect on the whole of Christianity. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, those people are not obeying the Ten Commandments. You know what I'm saying? So by the same token, we gotta let people know that that's not Allah's teachings, what they doing right there. What they did, what they saying, you know what I'm saying? Some of the culture they may be manifesting, they not eating pig, whatever like that. But in terms of them being here, that's something different.
Worst part.
Yeah.
They look at the worst part, selling at the best part.
Yeah. And they also not looking at the signs of, who the knowledge is for, who it came to, right? The knowledge is to help people that only knew how to destroy from the jump. They didn't know how to build. You see what I'm saying? So say that to say that if he would have went down to all the elementary schools and junior high schools, right, and picked all the kids off the honor roll to be 5%, then you would have it would have been a different percentage, you know what I'm saying, in terms of how much trials and tribulations people had to go through before they learn certain things. You know what I mean? But, now it's a different situation. Where, when you look, just the amount of people, right, in this day and time that you can say, yeah, they 5%, they graduated from college. It's 5% with master's degrees. I mean, it probably was, back then too, but I just didn't know them. You know what I'm saying? As they moving in different circles, you know what I'm saying? I'm still, in the park on the corner, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? These people, they making moves. But so that's they was successful at going in there and letting them know, what Allah's teachings was. You know what I mean? And understanding that, see, we brought we brought all this baggage in 2 to 5% with us. And don't get me wrong, you got people that came here, right, and became a total different person. Like you know, people that became like they should walk down the block with the Bible on Wednesday and shit. You know what I'm saying? And the next thing you know, they motherfucking listen, they was the prequel to the Savages. You know what I'm saying? Overnight. You know, once they, you know, but see, that's another thing too. When you come into the knowledge, right? See, the stuff that happened to you in the knowledge, that got something to do with who you are. That's what you was looking for. You know what I mean? When you come into the cipher, you come into the rally, it's all different types of brothers and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like how often do you see somebody over there burning quality by themselves? No, because all the people that's interested in that gravitate towards each other. You understand what I'm saying? So if you wanted to, you know, come in and study the lessons, like you said, you know, you're going to gravitate toward people that's building on the lessons. You know what I'm saying? If you come in and, you know, you just want some juice to be out there in the street with, you know what I'm saying? You know, you just need, you know, kind of a crew right there to shield your dirty religion, then those are going to be the people you gravitate towards. You understand what I mean? And that's going to be the type of shit that y'all get into. You see what I mean? That's what happens to a lot of people, and then they blame the 5%. But see, the thing is, when you came around us, right? You came looking for the weed party. You see what I'm saying? You came looking for the weed party, right? And then you find out that, see, those brothers ain't partying. It looks like they party. You understand what I'm saying? And see, now, you know, when Disturb the Wolves is you looking for a party, right? You thinking that that's all it's about, and then somebody asks you, yo, G, how you see today's degree? You see what I'm saying? Now you thinking, nah, it's not the 5% fault. That's your fault. You see what I'm saying? Just the same way as you come. Look, a brother came the other day, right? And he was saying how, you know, he went on to be Muslim, right? And, you know, he was saying how he got the knowledge, though. And he was saying how, you know, in terms of, you know, the beginnings of learning how to study or whatever, you know what I'm saying? He learned that from the brother that was here. You know what I'm saying? You know, that brother that he mentioned, right? That brother's an engineer. Like an engineer that builds buildings. You understand what I'm saying? So is, you know, the type of things that he's dealing with, the type of things that he's teaching them. You know, it's positive and negative with everything. Though. Is that at that time, that's just the way it was because, you know, you got at that time, look, you got people that's 13 giving the knowledge of people that's 11. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? People that's 15 giving the knowledge of people that's 14. Like I'm dead ass, guys. Used to be time. Well, look, we in the house, y'all. We going to see the guy. Like this is the guy. He got the degrees, everything, dude. This brother's 15, 16, dude. We all in the house. Like we came to see him like the Wizard of Oz. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what we were supposed to do. But I'm just saying that now. The thing is now we don't understand everything about life, though. You understand what I'm saying? So in some things, I wouldn't even say easily led in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? We could easily take off in the wrong direction, you know, thinking that we on the path. You see what I'm saying? That, you know, there's a lot of people, right, that's sitting in jail, right? Because they figured they was escaping the devil, right? You instead of going to get a job, right? You figured you was going to do all this illegal shit, right? Because you don't want to work for the white man. You want to avoid the devil's uncivilization and all that. But then you end up in the worst. You know what I mean? You end up in the most oppressed situation you could possibly be in the devil's uncivilization. You understand what I'm saying? But coming from that age, like I said, you don't understand anything about life. So, amongst the 5%, like I said, he's already picking problem from amongst problem children. Like you guys look at the places, it's this is in Harlem, you know what I'm saying, Fort Greene, Brownsville, East New York, South Bronx, Jamaica. This is where you know what I'm saying? So, it's not the Upper East Side. You know what I'm saying? Where people had chose to go and teach people over there, and it would have been a different group of people he was picking from the jump. In order to get to 7, some people had to come from negative numbers. Rock 120. You should do the knowledge, Rock 120. We're giving out the knowledge today. we talking about some of the beginning things that I think you might have missed.
You ever go Avon?
Which Amon?
I'm not in Avon. Just to see.
Jersey City? Nah, the one who passes from Medina.
This Avon from Jersey City,
Amon the Great Man. I mean, he might have moved out there, I don't know, but now to see, brother. I don't know him to have moved out there.
So now he started there with the Born Love.
Nah, that's the difference.
Yeah, he's in Jersey City.
Rock 120, who's lying on your name and what do they say? Let's take care of this once and for all, Rock 120. Let's take care of this once and for all. Who's lying on your name? See, because when you talk like that, right, that's still the mystery God stuff. We don't want to deal with that. See, because if they lying, right, and you're not telling us who it is and what they saying, then you like the 10% keeping the secret for them. Once you do that, then you down. Then you can't come on here and complain. Pick one side or the other side. Rock 120, you know your lessons?
Lost Pattern, as we call it. 7.
Shamu J said.
Westchester.
You know your lessons, Rock 120? Says search YouTube for Sunya saying the N word. It is on YouTube now. I mean, listen, why watch? What's gonna? I mean, is it really okay? Let's say he said it. Now what? Let's just assume he said it. Now what? That's the link right there, by the way, Route Tour 20. Just in case you want to come on the show and express yourself or ask some questions. Let's just say let's go ahead and say he said it. And then where do we go from there? The truth rule said today's degree and not supreme mathematics is knowledge, wisdom, all being born to understand it. Indeed.
I got two.
Hit the link, Rock.
Never know, you might forget one. Like sometimes I bet like a whole bunch of things and I lose something.
Hit the link. We'll give you a chance to come in and vent. You said you already know. I told you to study the born degree and the 1 in 10, and it goes hand in hand with the knowledge cipher degree as well. I mean, are you suggesting I don't know my lessons? Or I don't understand. What is it that you're saying? You're saying you told me to study. So, okay, look, I've studied it, right, for decades. And apparently I missed what it is you say. So now the scholar that you are, right, you said you're 5%. Why don't you teach us poor unwashed masses what it is in the born degree that has anything to do with whether or not you know your lessons? You said maybe next week, but y'all got to do the knowledge to this video first. See, listen, like I said, let's assume that he said what you said. Like, I don't need to see. We going with whatever it is that you say, Route 120. I'm saying now, where we going from there? What we doing? We doing the exile? When you coming up? See, this is a thing that I be going through, And look, this is just for the people that's out there. Not saying that, not saying I'm important, but look, in case if we ever meet up, right? Don't come up to me saying stuff like, yeah, God, we gotta teach these 85s, man. You know what I mean? We gotta give them the lessons. Yeah. In my mind, I'm wondering, like, have I been in some kind of dream sequence for the last 35 years where I thought I was teaching and I wasn't? Like, why is this? Hey, what are you talking about? Hey, wait a minute. You mean you gotta be teaching? That's like a rookie walking up to LeBron James saying, yeah, son, we gotta win this chip. What you think I've been doing all summer? He studied in the born degree to 110. I think I've been through that a couple times. Oh, you said you're gonna hit the link. You said you're gonna hit the link next week. I see. So we'll wait till next week to discuss whatever it is you want to discuss. But we're not gonna look at the video, I'm telling you. We're gonna just wait for you to get your, whatever it is you gotta get together. You said you dropped mad jewels in my class. I know your lessons. So you saying me and you met before? When you drop jewels in my class? Drop mad jewels. And what year was this? Because you know I'm doing my thing for decades. So when did you come and drop mad jewels in my class? Come on, Rock 120, stay focused. When did you come and drop jewels in my class? Listen, Rock 120, you made a statement that you came and dropped mad jewels in my class. And just like you said, you don't want nobody lying on your name, don't lie on my name. If you came and dropped jewels in my class, right? Sean Prue, when was this? What was these jewels about? And who did you drop these jewels on? You know, well, who knows? Who knows? That's what you, if that's what you say it is. Right now, we're just waiting for the brother to complete this, writing down his history, and then we're gonna get back into some of that.
Hey, you consider student enrollment
Huh?
like me writing down the history.
No, you're not a student enrolled yet. You say you just want me to stop lying on your name and we good. I mean, we've been good, but you let me stop lying on your name and we good. We've been good. What I'm saying is when you came and dropped jewels in my class, because see, you know, once you start lying, you know, then it kind of throws a monkey wrench in all the stuff that you're saying. You know, that's something you gotta be careful of that if you're gonna be a liar, right? Is you can't include people that's not down with lying. Like you can't put me down like you gonna tell a lie with me in it. you how you gonna tell a lie with me in it? Expect me. Oh man. Peace, God. Peace.
Peace, God.
Oh, you talking about the online class you dropped jewels? Oh well, yeah, no, I don't remember that neither. when you drop jewels in my online class, that had to be before I had the knowledge. So I recall that. That's back in the day. Is anybody else? Maybe maybe I was not paying attention. Anybody else remember him dropping any science in here? Mad jewels. Has anybody does anybody recall? Because I'm saying Rock 120, these things are it's on YouTube, Rock 120. You're so good at finding links, right? Find the link where you was dropping mad jewels, right? And then tell us to Google that. We'll Google that. '49 Wu said James Webb Space Telescope taking pictures of the universe that the original man created. They playing catch up. Yeah, I actually saw that they were saying that some of the first pictures from that came in, but I didn't look into it yet. You know what I mean? It's quite a bit of new technology they got. There was some kind of like discontinuation with NASA, but now it appears to be making some kind of comeback. We'll see what happens. See all that stuff right there, they can gain all the knowledge they want. It's a matter of what you're gonna do with it. I recently saw something they were saying that the population of the planet is supposed to pass 8 billion this year. You saw that? See, one thing about all that population control stuff, people talk about, the planet can't support this, the planet can't support that. A lot of them numbers have already been passed. A lot of those like by this year, the food supply is supposed to be exhausted. A lot of them years already passed.
So are you saying that they just say that just to get people scared?
I mean, I don't want to say that is no merit to it, whatsoever, just in terms of the speed of the consumption of resources, right? Nature is something that's in balance. You know what I mean? So let's say you got people that's going out with bows and arrows and spears, right? Mm-hmm. They're going out with nets. You know what I'm saying? There's only so much animals, so much fish you're gonna catch with that. You know what I'm saying? That's different from, you take two giant boats, right? And a giant net, and you just, like a half a mile across, you just sweep everything up into that net. You understand what I mean? That's a whole different process. You know what I mean? You got some of the processes that they use to get food industrially, right, it destroys the environment. See, so like I said, if they got those trawl nets that they drag along the bottom of the ocean, see, they're not just taking up the animals, they destroying the floor. See, it took that floor millions of years to get like that. All the little crooks and crannies where the animals was living, where the nutrients might accumulate or whatever, all that shit gets destroyed. You see what I'm saying? So now when you start doing shit like that, now, yeah, you destroy the fucking habitat where they used to spawn at. So now you can destroy a fishery or something like that, but that's not inside the
And they have that whole
natural balance. You talking about aquavantage? Oh well, no, farm bred fishes, that's mostly all of it. Aquavantage that's a GMO.
First time I heard that.
Yeah, they got it's salmon.
Aquavantage.
Yeah, Aquavantage.
That's the
that's the company name. Like if you go in the store, the name brand is Aquavantage. But you know how it be, they'll sell some to another company, they might put another name brand on it. But somewhere on there, you're gonna see Aquavantage because that's the patented thing. It's another kind of fish that grows bigger and faster than a regular salmon.
Like my salmon is, that's why I asked for the wild salmon.
So much money, but it's worth it.
Let my salmon, yeah.
I hear that. I don't want no farm fish.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's that like I heard this about Cape Cod, right, in Massachusetts, that originally they used to get the fish, like the boats used to go right off the shore, but that they kept overfishing so much that they had to keep going further and further out. So Cape Cod got started because they was like, yo, instead of having to go all the way back to the mainland, let's just stay right here to the Marne and we can get the fish easier. And then over time, the settlement developed into whatever Cape Cod is. I've never been there. But I'm just saying that, that's something else. But yeah, all of the fish, like see the salmon is fucked up because dams. It's so even when you get what they call in wild salmon, a lot of times they catch the fish at the dams and breed them. Because when the fish go through the dams, they're gonna die anyway.
So what's the point of setting up the dam anyway? Just to catch them?
The dam is supposed to be for the water for the people. And then once they build a dam, then it'd be fisheries at the dam, because now that you got the dam, the fisheries is now to preserve the salmon. But at the end of the day, the shit is, so most of the fish that you see now is not, if you get some fish that's wild, it's probably like the Asian people, you see, they give you anything though too. Like they'll give you some shit and call it salmon.
So I go to the fish market.
Listen, man.
Is that good?
I mean, it all depends. I don't know the people. I'm gonna tell you something that happened when I started seeing something about restaurant owners, store owners, and everything. Is I think it was the blackout, like that. Who was that lad? That blackout that knocked out like the whole East Coast. It could have been that one, or maybe it was a different one. I ain't sure. But when the blackout came, right? And so refrigeration got fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And then seeing how different people dealt with the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like some people, one dude, he came out there with his car and parked it in front of the restaurant and then hooked the electricity up to the battery and ran the shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Some people just came the next day and just threw out all their food. You know what I'm saying? But some people was prepared. Some people, like this one dude, yo, he came, he went in the store, right? And he got like, yo, G, was like 15, 20 just crates and boxes of chicken, yo. And the shit was already so rotten that we outside and the shit is smelling up the whole block, G. You know what I'm saying? He put that shit in the back of his minivan, son, and went someplace. I never ate it again after that. So see, that's what I'm saying. It all depends on the people, you know what I'm saying, and what they're about. What's this you saying here, right? Y'all brought this up last week, and this is what happens. You accuse the righteous of telling a lie. Now the righteous has proven you to be a liar. My job is done. Who'd you prove to be a liar? Water as liquid, gas, and solid can never leave the earth atmosphere, so we can never run out of water infinite. Well, it depends on what you want to use the water for. See, because, you know, the water got a job to do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's like, it's plenty of water in the North Pole. You know what I'm saying? In the polar ice caps and all that, but that's serving the purpose up there. You know, the ocean water, certain things you can use it for, certain things you can't use it for. Son, I'm telling you, Google, like Washington State and Oregon and all of there in the Pacific Northwest, the salmon, what's the name, has collapsed out there. The salmon that's out in the water, that has collapsed. And a lot of that salmon that they be saying is wild salmon, they catching them at dams and breeding them. I'm not saying that none don't exist. I'm just telling you that the commercial market for it is being supplied by those fisheries.
Is there any way you can tell?
Is
there any way you can tell? The salmon was
well, the Aquavantage, they got the name on it. You know what I'm saying?
This how they feel.
That's it, right there.
They feel be looking at 9 man. It's a big store, so they get them like every other day. Man.
Yo, G, it's so many tricks in the trade, man, in that industrial whistling. You know what I mean? Like, see, you get the fish and you see it there. You know, they put color on it depending on what color they want you to think it is. Like, there's really no such thing as pink salmon. When you see that pink stuff, that's something they put on it. Like I'm saying, it's probably a breed. I'm not saying it's not no breed pink salmon, but I'm saying the meat is not really pink. Not $27 my wisdom. So y'all can get a clear understanding. Swan has lied to you. He says, Sophia, a chick is my father. Emphatically, no. It's his word and disrespect for me and my people. That's the problem. I mean, so listen, I told you, man, let my just come up here and you know, let the man know to his face that that's unappreciated. I told you I'll be there with you. Are you scared of kung fu? Come down, you know, shout out to the guy, the guy donating, contributed a heavy bag. We got a 100-pound heavy bag. Yeah. So, you know, look, Rockman trying to come down, hit the bag a little bit, get your skill up. We're just gonna hang it out. We're just gonna put it in the yard. We can just come get busy. Then you don't have to be scared. Yeah, tuna. I don't know if tuna. I don't know. I think a lot of tuna, like this in America, the fish populations have collapsed. Yeah, like I said, like look, if you know somebody that you know they go out on their boat and they catch fish and then you know you get it from them, that's one thing. But I'm saying if you're just going to you know whatever markets, yeah, that's very likely to come from the fishery now.
You know, Savage right here, huh? It's on the door.
Yeah, no, that's not a what's the name. But I mean, well, you know, depending on who you are, I think, but in New York State, I'm fairly sure there's like some type of advisory where you're not supposed to eat more than like 2 fish a month or some shit like that. Out the New York waterways and shit. Mr. Green one said, indeed, the price indicates that as well. Salmon is more expensive and a lot pricier too nowadays. Make sure when you order out, it's wild caught.
That salmon right there costs $130. $20. Salmon I showed you. It would cost like $130 for that.
Listen. It's about to get worse. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you another thing too. I've been noticing about it's a shortage on a lot of things in New York, but it ain't obvious. Like there's a shortage on chocolate covered almonds. I don't know if anybody else noticed that. The chocolate covered almonds, you can't you can't just walk at a store and get them like you used to. There's a shortage on Entourage and Bluntvilles. I don't know who needs to hear that. There's a couple little things here, you know, baby formula, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't have to buy a baby formula, which I never was a big baby formula buyer. Okay, you mean you know something? You do see a couple of seeds, but you know what it is? See, I wasn't getting all that much. Well, now I wouldn't say I was getting a lot of it. But see, I got a guy over there on Atlantic Avenue. He's over there on the Atlantic by Saratoga and Rockaway over there. And got like a Mack truck or something in like a little yard right there. And I think he goes down south and gets his own watermelon. So there's him, and then there's a guy, there's some people that be on 128th Street, on 128th Street on the corner, and they got a truck or something that they go down south and get their stuff too. So that's why I get my watermelon when I get when I get a whole watermelon. You know what I mean?
The yellow one?
I'll get a little, yeah, they got yellow ones over there too. You know, that's something I just got on to a few years ago. Like I would say maybe 5 years that it's all different. It's watermelon with all different color insides.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's yellow, orange, all types.
Yellow and inside?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Say it got more antioxidants and vitamin C and everything. You try it.
They ain't say where that's from? What's it?
A seedless apple.
No. But
That's a good question right there.
I like to know where it came from.
I mean, seeds have definitely shrank. They've definitely shrank.
You think they trying to take the seeds out so people don't grow their own? Like, cause people do that, they reproduce, like they'll save it to the side. Cause I heard like saving seed was.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Okay, like I said, up here, all you will see is seedless. Just started seeing real watermelon. Where's up here? Yeah, grapes with seeds. Yeah, they took them out. They took them out. It's connected together. Right. I heard when they first came to America, it was like 80 different kinds of apples. But now it's only like 3 left.
What they be breeding them out?
Those was the ones that was commercial that they wanted. So like the Washington apple, you know what I'm saying? I think with the Macintosh apple, and there's another one I can't recall. But it's like anytime if you see a field or orchard or whatever, right? And everything over there is one color, that's already artificial.
I don't be seeing the grandma apple no more.
Because you never look in the woods and see, you know, even if it's a forest of this kind of trees, there's some other shit in it.
Mm-hmm.
So wild salmon is darker red in color, however, they add coloring to farm raised to make it seem wild. Wild is also more expensive and somewhat rare, even though at the Hunts Point market it's seasonal. I'm telling you, man, a lot of that paint that you see in salmon is that's just color that they put in there. what's this? How he said yellow, orange, white also, but my grandfather told me when I was a kid they weren't healthy. What's not healthy? You see, it's no seeds in weed because they give you the female plants. Well, that's theoretical. Now it just seems like watermelon back in the 80s had like 1,000 seeds in them. See, that's one reason is that, it just, for some people, they start buying it because it seemed more convenient. But it's mostly, it'd be a lot of commercial purposes. You know what I'm saying? Like, there had to be like, like 19, that had to be around 1982, 1983. I had this class called Current Events, right? And that was the first time I heard of a lot of things. That was the first time I heard about apartheid, uh, Bishop Desmond Tutu, a whole bunch of things. I think they mentioned DNA in there, like, a lot of things that they was just working on at the time, right? And it's also the first time I heard GMO was in that class. And at the time, what they were saying is that they had some people working on growing square tomatoes, right? Because if the tomatoes was square, then they could stack them more neatly in the box and fit more in there. See what I'm saying? So a lot of this stuff is commercial purposes. The whole time, a lot of times, you could look at it like some people is just trying to get money. And anything that you're dealing with, what I'm saying? Like right now, you could go to the penitentiary, right? And yeah, there's some diabolical people in there that you just a sicko. There's some people that was just trying to get money. It just was you know what I'm saying?
Is that you start realizing more this natural fruit is all different colors. Like carrots are purple and yellow. And I was like,
It's so hard to trust bananas these days.
yeah. Bananas is starting to look a little weird too.
Yeah, I get the little bananas. Little ones.
Cause they looking like they huge for no reason.
I get the little ones. They come from Caribbean. They got the seeds in them. It tastes different.
You got seeds in them?
Yeah, I mean, they taste different, but I feel better. It tastes good. The other one don't taste good. Only they got the black seed.
Nah, they don't. They breed them seeds up.
They do like they GMO. They do like they clone.
Yeah, you're right about that. It is certain about those like those heirloom seeds and vegetables, those don't be GMO.
Mm-hmm.
Freedom Cook just said, try to stick to organic. Listen, at this point right now, it's the food supply. See, like I was saying yesterday, they've stepped up the wrong foods. You know what I'm saying? So they continue daily, they'll continue at the same level. They step it up because you on to the last shit. You see what I'm saying? I don't see no young people eating chitlins. I'm sure it is, but I don't see no young people eating it, right? The new wrong food right now is the processed shit. You understand what I'm saying? And it might have changed the conditions a little bit now. People getting, cancer or something like that instead of maybe high blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? But the bullshit now, right? Because remember, look, they're not even pumping meat right now. They pumping the vegan stuff. The impossible, what is that? I don't know. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I haven't looked into it, but I'm just saying that's now what is the stuff that you don't know what it is. You see what I'm saying? Whereas before we had all these different parts of the pig or whatever that they chopped all up and seasoned a certain way. You don't know what it is, but it's killing you.
It's that soy that's killing us, man. That they call it the Satan.
Yes. But see, look, that's another thing that it's the industrialization of it. Is that what I I'm not familiar, but from what I understand, is that what makes the soy bad over here is they don't let it ferment. Like when the way they eat it in Asia, it ferments first, and so that takes all of the estrogen, whatever it makes it give all the estrogen, or makes your body create estrogen, or whatever the however is related to that it don't do that when it's fermented.
So they basically using it to feminize everybody.
See, the thing about when you do something, right? Whether it's good or bad, it keep on multiplying. You understand what I'm saying? If you do something good or you do something bad, right? It can end up being a gift that keeps on giving. See what I'm saying? Like you might do something good, like one day I was getting on the train, right? And this old man was walking with a walker and shit. You know what I'm saying? And you could tell, he's struggling and shit with all the type of shit, right? So it really was nothing. As he's walking with the walker, the one of the legs goes down in between cars and shit. So he's stuck right there. He can't, like, he's twisted. He can barely move and shit, right? So I just helped him up on what's the name and shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So the next day, right? The next morning, right? I'm over in the projects and shit, right? I ain't even smoking. I'm over there working out and shit, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm working out. This motherfucker comes walking past and shit, right? It's the same dude from last night. Now, everybody in the projects know him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they all come out like, yo, what's up, man? Yo, where you been at? And then as he's looking, he looks over at me. He's like, yeah, that's you from last night, right? So he's like, yeah, man, thank you, man. What's up? He was like, yo, man, you know him, man? Yo, man. Now, imagine I would have just kicked the shit, get the fuck off the train and we go.
Oh, what a bad shit.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So
it was like, you touched that?
Yeah, see what I mean? And yeah, it turned out it was like this nigga here. This man was the baddest man on the planet.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So, it's the same thing with negativity, right? That some things, when a person set out to do something negative, right? They never imagined in their wildest dreams that it could get that bad. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Just like sometimes you just set out to do, one little thing that it may not even say you set out to do. It may just be, trained into you that, oh, yo, you saw that lady right there, you held the door for her or something, or yo, somebody was saying something to her, you said something, and then boom, her son turned out to be somebody, he can give you $1 million, like, yo, saying, you know what I mean? Who knows what happens? So it's the same thing. We are like, you know, put like this. You know, when they put out crack, they probably was just trying to get a little money to do that's the story.
Mm-hmm.
They had some little undercover operations that they wanted to do, right? The CIA, and if they went through the normal channels to get the money, then they would have had to expose too much about what they was doing. You see what I'm saying? So they put that out. You know, they didn't know that, you know, there was going to be Pookie and all this shit. There was no way. There was no way. And you got to remember, too, that they opportunists. You ever heard them? They got a saying in politics that they say, never let a good crisis go to waste. You see what I'm saying? So, for instance, if you see it's a mass shooting, they're going to jump out. They're going to jump out with, yo, we got to do all this stuff about guns or whatever. You see what I'm saying? But that's really their agenda. You know, that was their agenda before that mass shooting happened.
Yeah, it's just keep hyping it up because they're trying to take away the guns eventually. And it's like imagine if they take guns and make them more strict and how people really supposed to really need to protect themselves, harm themselves properly.
Intimates don't got the Circle K on it no more.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
They will make some bogus like only certain law enforcement government officials can have them. Regular civilians can't, and he's just like, what? So how am I supposed to protect myself? Oh, I can't. Huh? Saying the opposite, but really not. That's a max that it matters.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, the Beyond Burgers. See, that's what I'm saying. That's a whole other science now. You know, they telling us it's healthy. But what exactly is in it? I'm not saying it's not healthy, but I'm just saying what's in it. So you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you what my rule is? Like, see all this shit you got, motherfuckers. You got people that just eat the skin off of peas. That's just one meal. They just eat the skin off the peas. You know what I'm saying? They got to eat the other part at a different time because it make their body. So I don't go through all that. You know, the first, I don't eat pig. Second, I try, right? I make my best effort, right? That whatever I eat, right? When I look at it, I can tell what it was when it was alive. You understand what I'm saying? Like even if it's a vegetable, right? You know, eating corn is different than eating corn chips. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you look at a corn, I mean, so if you look real close, you can see a little bit. You can't really tell this is the ear of corn. You understand what I'm saying? You know, a chicken nugget, you can't just look at it and see what part of the chicken, you know, like if you eat a chicken wing, right? You say, oh shit, I recognize that, you know what I mean? You know, if you eat a fish, you know, you say, oh shit, yeah, there's a tail right here, you know. But you start eating, you know, fish fillet from out the freezer in the supermarket and shit. Now you went to something different. You know what I'm saying? And another thing that helped me even before getting the knowledge is my time spent down south. You know what I'm saying? See, going down there and eating that food, it put me on a certain thing where now certain things is like, nah, this don't feel right in my system. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm full, but this ain't right. You understand what I'm saying? So just sticking with that, that's the best thing for me. You know what I mean? But weighing how much protein is in this, and I've had too much carbohydrates today and shit like that. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Sunyas is into that kind of stuff. Like if you want to know down to the letter how much riboflavin, if you want to know how much riboflavin is in that drink you drinking, ask Sunyas. See me, I can just tell you like, nah, it's too much sugar for me. G. Like I can't take that right now. Like see this right here? This is like flavored seltzer. Like see even that, I don't like flavor. This is just because this is left. The brothers took the cooler out to Philly. So this is the stuff that they brought back. But ordinarily, I would drink it. I don't like nothing flavored, no flavored drinks, nothing. You understand what I mean? Because it's artificial. Where you at now? Where you up to?
Oh, I have 2 paragraphs and 1 sentence.
All right.
It's just as I'm writing, I'm reading it. So it's like,
Yeah, get it. Yeah, make sure it's right. That's the best way.
So what do you do?
Hmm?
If you don't like that artificial stuff, just straight water.
I mean, that's the best thing. See me, I have a certain amount of junk that I consume, right? But see, it's not every day. Like I might eat, like for instance, I had some chips on the road on the way back from Philly, right? Before that, I don't recall the last time I had chips. You know what I'm saying? When you do it like that, then your body can balance it out. You know what I mean? It's when shit becomes a meal. You know what I'm saying? And when you think about it, that's with everything. You know what I'm saying? Like even if you motherfucker fuck with Coke, right? It's when the shit becomes a meal. You know what I'm saying? And that's when you consuming this shit, the sustenance and shit. Yeah, and that's with anything. I'm saying. You understand what I mean? If you take it out of the balance of what it's supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? It's a snack and shit, right? You ain't supposed to be eating the whole $1.99 bag of the shit. You understand what I'm saying?
That's how I just said my fact. I was eating no meal. I just eat some junk food, man. I couldn't work out my 5 rounds. I only did 1 round. So the junk food, man, energy. Back round 1, it's done.
Any guys, what part of now see you in, Jason? So plant-based impossible is soy and beyond is not. She Greenwood said, ever since I learned Bill Gates been behind the scenes, sort of in the background of these plant-based meats like Beyond, Impossible, etc., I strive to limit myself to eat sparingly, like on the go. Now I'm telling you, listen, that is, a possible hazard for vegans is that there's a lot of processed food in our world. Because everything is imitation this and imitation that.
Engineered vegetables?
Yeah, it's just a lot of processed food in that world.
They even make they make the imitation chicken, but now they actually put imitation bone in the chicken to make it so weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And all of that, whatever is the processes that they're going through to do that, it's not healthy.
So, didn't you try to get away from meat? Now you're trying to imitate the meat.
Got some weird scientists out here to do this. Weird science.
He said, just roasted some corn on the grill today. Red corn tastes nicer roasted. Yeah, but see, like even that, see how we talking about corn?
Yeah, I try not to do too much of that corn stuff.
Yeah, that's something, but see, I don't know what's all the differences, but see what they be saying, they got corn for the Indians. The Indians used to deal with maize. You ever seen maize? Like the kernels be all different colors and shit.
I thought Dr. said you was saying something about corn. I would have said we have a list.
White corn is good.
It's a white corn.
Freedom Coach said big plant-based for 12 years, not easy to get swole. I mean, that's
since 2000.
Yeah, that's not that's not what it's for, But I mean, a lot of that too is that's natural. You know what I'm saying? Because I know people that is 270 vegan. See, y'all going in like this is Instagram now, talking about all the food y'all making. Next thing y'all gonna be posting pictures of y'all food on here. See if they have pictures on here.
They don't get me started. So what sound?
Oh man, complete your pop's return. Yeah, man, this is 2022, boy. I'm telling you, it's the gauntlet. It was. I don't know if I can't recall a year where what I'm saying, like you say, yeah, we haven't just been going to services for people in the nation, man. We've been going to services for, people in the nation, their family return. You know what I'm saying? We was out there with at the Cape Bar out there in the sky, man. You know what I'm saying? His family. This is 2022, man. I'm telling you. A lot of people's body can't go past 6. Halim Ower return. Shabi, Shabab.
Peace.
Peace. Sheila wife return. Actually, that was the end of last year. Are you from Rocky Mount? Well, when you was out, was you in tune with the brothers down there? Because Rocky Mount, I don't think I've ever been there. I know it's a big thing. I always see it on the highway. But I never been, but the guys they out there in Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro, Greenpoint, all those type of places like that. That's where the guys is out there. But yeah, in the room, is there anybody in here that's from North Carolina right now? It's wild because when we started, North Carolina probably was the biggest faction. The Earthform Minister Freedom Show mentioned for people to look in the microplastic that she was putting the paper together on how it can be digested through sushi and other fish. I just saw a study on that. Somebody, Amon the Great Mind just returned. Queen Mother returned. Yeah. Gotta go on Saturday to Amon the Great Mind. Oh, your old Earth returned too, Shot Queen. Telling you, man, we getting shredded this year, man. We getting shredded this year. When my born day passed, I thought about that. Yeah, I made it past another chamber. Going with the guys from Raleigh. Yeah, I ain't know that many brothers from Raleigh, but Queen Mother is your cousin? Larry Davis said, Beyond Meat is pea protein, canola oil, coconut oil, rice protein, dried yeast, methyl cellulose. Okay, so we got to the first thing we don't know what it is. Apple extract, pomegranate juice, sunflower lectin, vinegar, lemon juice, potassium chloride. So we don't know what potassium chloride is, right? And now we need to know what is the processes. Like when it says rice protein, right? How they getting that protein out the rice? And what is the other stuff, right? Because a lot of times it's like, okay, you took that other stuff out, but that other stuff balanced the food in some kind of way. You see what I'm saying? Just like with the white rice, you know what I'm saying? Or white flour, where the stuff that they take away in that process then makes it unhealthy. You see what I'm saying? So that's another, over the years, I'm just saying this is how the things that I learned in terms of the things that I use for my dietary law. You know what I'm saying? Is that, now we got to deal with what is those processes that they use. But yeah, what's going on with Queen Mother's with her service. We didn't, up here at the school, we don't have no information on that. Yeah, that's how it is too these days, man. You know, but it's the same thing in 5%. You know, it's a lot of these people we related to can't really, can't really, can't really deal with them on a day to day. But yeah, uh, when I find out what's going on with that service, I definitely make that knowledge going on here as well. I know is Saturday is Amar the Grapevine, uh, in at the Interborough funeral. Born King is from Queens. Is the editor of the 5% newspaper is out there now. So yeah, he out there. Shabu is out there. Indeed. Yeah, yo, Shy Queen, she was right here that day. She came by. She was telling us, whatever is the new program that they had over there by her job. You know what I mean? She do something where they help people, uh, giving away clothes, finding people apartments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she had came by and told us that, uh, whatever is the new thing that they got, and told us that, if anybody comes by that's in need of those things, you know what I'm saying? If anybody passed by that's in need of those things, to tell them to come by a job. And then the next morning when I came, I read like what he told me, the way he told me, I was like, wait, what? It was one of them type of things, like, wait a minute. Then was she just right here? Like, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what happened, but yeah, she was here that day. So I reached out to Born King and never heard back. Sometimes, man, you gotta reach out one time. And so I told her I love her. Be careful. Then I said peace. She said peace. And I learned she's gone. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's how I have it for everybody. Like everybody's kind of like stunned, like looking around, like, yo, yeah, it was almost like when I first spoke on it on the show, right? I didn't even speak on it as a matter of fact. I had asked people like, yo, if you know her, try, because that seemed a little bugged out. Because remember, the guy Jermaine just returned. Now this guy said that she had his GoFundMe. I saw it on Facebook. Yeah, I don't know. I don't be on Facebook, so I don't know what's going on. I mean, people say we gotta cherish each other while we're in this physical realm. Time itself. You know what I'm saying? Time itself. You know, it's one of the things, you know, time is in that category with like air, right? Where you don't really notice it until there's something wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? Either like if somebody fights, then you notice the air. Trapped somewhere where you know it's not a lot of air, then you notice that. Ordinarily, you don't think about it. You know, time is the same kind of way. You know what I mean? In terms of how we spend it, what we spend it with, you know, you don't really notice it till you ain't got it. See, if you somewhere and you bullshitting, right? You ain't doing what you're supposed to do. That time flies past. And then when you realize you only got 2 minutes to get to where I was supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? That's when you notice time. But while you was bullshitting, you didn't even notice that time passed. Yeah, King Asiatic. True Divine said I was with the guys down in Raleigh. True Divine, you be all over the world, though, man. True Divine and a lot of life. Karate K-San. Yeah. K-San was in North Carolina too, right? Yeah, K-San returned. That's what I'm saying. Like just you be like for me, I'm telling you, big head knowledge. I mean, we had a slight, you know, I think it slowed down I think it slowed down for a little minute, maybe. Where we wasn't at a service every week. We had a little minute where it was like that. Then I think maybe Al Jamal really heated it back up. They got the Al Jamal and a couple other things. And at the show and prove, we went to a service. We didn't say nothing, the whole nation. Y'all was dealing with y'all festive event, man. But Jermaine's service was on Saturday, June 11th. I know y'all was doing y'all thing. People probably didn't notice that we was missing, but me and a couple of brothers. Hey, that was a true living. Finish? All right, let me get that. I need that thing. I had to earth and all this. Took me like almost a year to get me all this. But yeah, I like it because it's concise. It's compact, and it has the information in here that you need.
Where you get it from, man? You get the book from?
I got this is from the Office of Cultural Affairs. This is the syllabus that they got right there to go in, and then they go into the penitentiaries to do teaching. When said I haven't been to a funeral since my old guy went back. That was the last time I went downstate New York. Yeah, listen, man. I wish I could say that. But nah, it's been nonstop. And Monty Greatmine, he always had he always had some literature, him and Graceful Malik, Lord Graceful. They always have and Monty Greatmine, he give you a whole manila folder, and he had like one or two things that he wrote, a little food for thought in there.
Have a picture?
Yeah, he's got to be in one of these pictures. You have to look. I can't think of one off the top. Like, some people, I've seen the pictures so many times. Like some of these pictures that's up here, I saw the pictures before they was up here. So like one of those would catch my eye real quick. But yeah, I'm sure he's up to. But like when you see like the different plaques that be in here, like if you go in the front, you see plaques, in memory of this person right here, or not so much in memory, but like in honor of this person right here, his accomplishments. Like when you be at the rally and they give out them plaques, a lot of times that's a great mind that about it.
What that was that star? God of the year. I forgot what they call.
Yeah, Interborough Funeral Home. You got what's the time in the what's the time and the address? You call that? I know you gotta get off over there on the J train on Gates if you take the train. Yeah, I didn't know either. But it was the same day as Queen Mother. I didn't know until yesterday. So from that right there, right, what you wrote down, what did you get from that?
Compliment was that it's like when you was telling me yesterday that like this is an urgency,
Mhm.
like it just made it seem more apparent to me like as I was like rereading it because it was just like these teachings aren't just something that's how like they teach you something in school and like how like Black History Month is only 29 days and like, oh here you go. And then you forget it the next day and it's people. But it's like a divine way of living. Like that's it. Like it's you. And it's sacred. And that's what I get from it. And I like have like all I took his song to talk to the kids that had the low self esteem, the youth that was going through it, but to bring them up and say, I'm letting you know like who you are, but that you didn't what you didn't know. Because I want you to know and knowing who you are is like you said at the beginning of like being living life. If I don't know who I am, I'm just a walking zombie. And like it's like an apocalypse. And it's like, well, damn, who's gonna wake up? So it's like an awakening.
Yeah, that's peace. So with that right there, you gotta be familiar with that, right? Uh in terms of you dealing with the names, the dates, those things you gotta know. You know what I mean? In terms of when the law was birthed, right? When we got to school, you know what I'm saying? Because these things is important, not just to be drilled on, just so, I can see if you know it, but it's also because, like, see how we just talking about brothers that return to the essence, right?
Mhm.
So now that those brothers is gone, if I was left here without knowing nothing about the origin of what happened, see what I mean? Somebody could come and take it from me. Somebody could come and say, nah, this is really my shit. I long to know. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just coming to get it back. See what I mean? So, all of this is the stuff that you got to activate because when you don't know, what the foundation of where things came from and where you came from, right? Then that's where people could put the bullshit. You see what I mean? Like we were saying yesterday, right? If you separate people from their foundation, right? You know, like, once upon a time, if your father was a fisherman, he was a fisherman. If father was a farmer, he was a farmer. His father was a farmer. His father was a farmer. His father was a farmer, right? So now all of that accumulated knowledge, right, is what you're using to activate on right now. But if I separate you from all that knowledge, right, and now put you on your own, and then I give you all this other food for your mind, for your thoughts, right, that's going to fuel what it is that you do. Now I'm in control. See what I'm saying? So this is why you got to know the root of things and the origin of where it came from. See what I'm saying? You know, anything that you see wherever it is, right? If you see rich people, where they got that money from? You know what I'm saying? So you can try to aggravate on something to get something. You know what I mean? You gotta know the origin of things for that reason, and also to know where it is that you're going. You know, the old fashioned, if you don't know where you came from, you're not gonna know where you're going. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't know, like I was saying earlier, you know, if you come into the knowledge, right, and you know, it was all these other 15-year-olds, you know, some people were 16, 17, some people was 13, 12, right? And, you know, everybody was hanging over here. That's what we was doing. You know, we was the guys who came out and we built them to see if you don't know that nah, Lies teachers, man, was get a job and go to school. You see what I'm saying? You know, you standing outside with the other 15-year-olds that's saying, nah, that's the devil education. You see what I'm saying? And we got supreme knowledge, we supreme enlightenment. So you've been confused about what Allah's true teachings was. You know what I'm saying? You've been confused about what it is, you know, that you don't see us out there on the debate forums because first of all, for me, it's never. You know, it's like you want to debate with me about what my name is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't have no interest in debating you about that. You know what I'm saying? But we're not here to use our knowledge to destroy people. Right? We're not here to break the people down. We're here to build people up. So, you know, just in terms of that, you know, that's you know, what you said you already observed from it though. That's key. You know what I'm saying? You know, what you learn has got to be at your pace. See, if you try to learn what I know at my pace, now you just became religious. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you're just trying to follow me. You see what I'm saying? You might be good at English, I might be good at math. So see the whole way you may go about just comprehending information. You understand what I'm saying? Could be different. See, some people, you know, they can read things, right? And when they read stuff, it sticks with them. You know what I mean? Some people, it's the hearing. You know, if they read stuff, they like, yeah, they already understand the book. But when the person explained it, yeah, I got that. You understand what I'm saying? Those are just different, you know, ways that our brains is developed to absorb information. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's the beginning. Tomorrow, well, not tomorrow. Well, there's other classes, right? You know, there's a class on Thursday. On Thursday, it says 7 on the board, but they've been starting around 5 o'clock. Right? Saturday is 1 o'clock. Right? But I'm back on Monday and Tuesday. Right? So when you come back on Monday and Tuesday, we're going to give you some ideas, right, that create an environment in your mind for what you're about to learn. So you're going to learn some things tomorrow, like the 7 characteristics of a wise man. You understand what I'm saying? You know, see, for instance, right, a wise man don't speak on what he don't know. You know what I'm saying? Wise man speak on first things first, last things last, you know, meaning, you know, this type of environment, the etiquette with which we use the language. You know what I mean? So a lot of things I was saying about, you know, you're not here to destroy people. So you're not here to just over talk people, right? Because you know something and they don't. You see what I'm saying? You know, being a wise person, you know how to listen when somebody else is speaking. And then when it's your turn, you speak clearly and concisely. You know what I'm saying? You know, You already, I only dietary law is when you pick. Right? Outside of that, look, don't kill yourself. Because we ain't those type of doctors. You see what I mean? If you go out there and eat all the wrong foods, it's not what we do. And in terms of what you're saying, becoming a student enrolled, that's when you get to the 110. You know what I'm saying? Right now, dealing with, the basics, elements of the culture that have to go with the knowledge. See what I'm saying? Because if you got our knowledge, right, and other people's ethics and principles, it ain't gonna mix. See what I mean? Because for instance, this is what I'm saying. If you got Christian ethics and principles, right, then you're gonna expect Black people to have those powers that it say God got in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? So when we say Christianity is fake, right? When we say God is fake, we mean the powers is fake too. Like the power for you to make a whale swallow somebody, yeah, that's fake. The power for you to split the Red Sea is fake. The power for you to make Mount Vesuvius or what, all of that's fake. Now, there's knowledge and wisdom in there. There's lessons, to that. But you gotta learn how to speak the language of understanding and see what that's really about. You understand what I mean? If you take it literally, right, then you're gonna do like how we was talking about yesterday with Judas, where you took all of the stuff about, Jesus and eternal life, you took it the wrong way. You didn't understand. You didn't know what he was really talking about. That right now, 2,000 years later, people still talking about Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. He's got life after death. But it don't mean that when the Romans come with their swords, that he's going to be able to withstand the that's happened several times throughout history. The Chinese did that. It's called the Boxer Rebellion, where they felt like they meditated on some type of sign, so they had some type of wise man or something, and he convinced them that something he did was going to cause them to be impervious to gunfire. That didn't work out. It happened. I want to say it's the Zulus, but I could be wrong about that. Happened in Africa too. Yeah, they had some witch doctor that told them he did something where they was going to be able to withstand gunfire. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you still got those types of mindsets, that's how you're going to be thinking. You're going to be coming back telling me about how if you can manage to get up to 75 breaths a minute, that, you know what I'm saying, you can spin your head 360 degrees and shit. Because you still have those principles of God is a magical white man that exists in the sky, right? Don't change that for God is a magical Black man that exists at 2122 7th Avenue. You see what I'm saying? That's just one example of you got our knowledge, right? So you know the Black man is God, but you got somebody else, you got Christian principles. You see what I mean? So who and what God is to you, right, that's still ingrained in you. Just like even right now, certain things, right, that like look, the people on the live, they always laugh at me, right? Because I won't do nothing if the number is 666. See, like right now, look, I think 1,600. I think I got 1,640 subscribers. I already told them. If it gets to 1666, we ain't doing live to it's gotta, saying it's gotta go. You gotta go back at 5 or go up to 7.
So you got 1600? That's a lot.
I got, yeah. So see, that's from my Christian background. I fuck with that. You know what I mean? Or one time I took when my grandfather returned to the Aztecs, right? I took my saints. And we got to a part where we was at the cemetery, right? And the dude says, yo, the preacher or whatever, he's like, yo, look, everybody hold hands and, we're going to sing this song, right? And it was funny because I'm looking at my sons, right? They looking around at everybody, they looking around and what's this? Because, they've never been exposed to Christianity. They've never been in church. They don't know the song, right? But listen, even though, I'm 5%, as soon as he said that, I went right into the training what they gave me when I was big. You see what I'm saying? I still remembered all the words. You understand what I'm saying? I still remember all the tone have his cake. You see what I'm saying? So just saying that you got to understand that that's how deeply ingrained some of these ideas is. Yes, so I mean, even, so you got racism in you. You just don't realize it, that's what it is yet. See what I'm saying? But just the fact that, gang niggas don't go downtown. Because down here, that you can't really fuck with those people the same way. That's still racism. That's still, you choosing these people to victimize, right? Because they black. If they was white, you wouldn't do that, right? You're choosing this area to do this thing because it's black people around you. You wouldn't go to 72nd Street and do that shit. See what I'm saying?
Why terrorize your own people?
Because they're racist. That's what I'm saying. You have so many things that's been ingrained in, right? Through something direct teaching and some through imagery. Of what you see and what you don't see. See, like that was one of the things that wore my mind out is that, see, I'm looking at TV and I'm seeing certain people, they got good jobs or whatever, right? But I don't really see none of these people in the neighborhood. Only people that got money around here, you know what I'm saying? The shit that they into is not that. Just by that image itself, and I'm not into the shit where, you gotta have a black person on every show and they gotta be present. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, not even in terms of TV, right? But in terms of the people that's in the neighborhood, the people that's before me. You know what I'm saying? The people that's older than you, the things that you see them doing. Like it's a lot of blocks, but listen, if the older dudes was into fishing, then the young G's would be young fishermen. But because they in the gangs, the young G's is in the gangs. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. You got to start right there. That's what the law was telling us. Don't follow with that. You know what I'm saying? All these different factors out here because most of them is not designed in your favor, right? But there is a way that you can activate to get the best part out of that for yourself, right? So let's take like school, right? It's not necessarily designed in your favor. Like if you just go there and just absorb every fucking thing, right? You're gonna be fucked up. You see what I'm saying? However, there's a way you can use that cipher to get the best part for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of like my grandma used to say. She said sometimes you listen to certain people and take what you need and drop the rest.
Yeah, that's how I teach. That's what that means. Take the best part for yourself and leave the rest alone. That's what was, that was like a common kind of saying, especially because, see, now look, right, as a father saying, there's no limitation on our study, right? Meaning, first, you want to get your lessons down pat, right? Because this gives you a certain kind of gauge. Like I said, now you got your principles to where when you go in there, over there with the Romans, you're like, no, I got Egyptian principles. I'm not gonna come over there and do certain things. Like, y'all partake with some of your hospitality, but if you start doing something that's other than what I am and who I am, I'm not partaking. Right? If you don't have that firm base, right, what you're gonna find is yourself. Every time you read a new book, you're gonna have a new philosophy. You know what I'm saying? So, you're gonna come out today, you read a book by Malcolm X, you're gonna watch. You know what I'm saying? You come out tomorrow, you read a book by what's my man that read the Behold the Pale Horse? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the next thing you got. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. So you want to study your lessons first. But after that, look, read the Bible, read the Quran, read the whatever, there's no limitation on it. Right? But now when you read these things, right, you gotta know how to take the best part for yourself, right? Even if it's the Bible, in there's a best part. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's what not to do, right? Even if that's the best part of it. So that's where that comes into play at. That when you out there and you're going through your studies, sometimes you even got to go through somebody that you may not really want to go through, right? You may not really want to go through them because of who they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say the person was a racist, right? Mm-hmm. But they discovered some science that's very useful to you. See what I'm saying? You got to take that best part for self. You're not going to sit there and be stupid, right? And let the world pass you by, right? Because of, whatever was the bad part. You got to throw that away. So like you were saying yesterday, when you're doing the history, that's also what that's about, right? Is that, okay, if you did something before, right? You know what I mean? You came to the school. You might have took the 4 train, right? And then as you walk down 125th Street, you notice that, oh shit, the 2 train is closer than that. So see, when you come back, all right, you're gonna come back to 125th Street, you're gonna take the train, but this time you're gonna take the 2 train. So I mean, you're gonna leave that part with the 4 train alone. Now you'll keep it in the back of your mind, because now if I leave here and I want to go somewhere over there, I know where that's at, right? But I dealt with growth and development. You see what I'm saying? All that goes into your book of life. This is the growth and development you're going to see as you start to write down how you see certain things. See, like when you get to your supreme mathematics, right? And you have to define those principles for yourself, right? And you write it down in there, you're going to be able to look back at that later. You see what I mean? And see the stages of your own growth and development, right? And then, ideally, you pass this on to the young man. You see what I mean? Because now you're the person. It's like when they go into church or the Hebrew Israelites or the Muslims, they give you a book and tell you, yeah, this guy Abraham right here, that's the guy. You see, your kids and grandkids and great grandkids is gonna say, you see this guy right here that wrote this here, that's the guy. That's the guy that got the covenant right there, that we got. And since that time, this has been our names. You know what I mean? So because anything can happen, right? Suppose you have a child, right? You know, like say my name is Darkim, right? You know, that name, let's say that name lives on and on and on to where somebody's named Darkim, but they don't know where, you know, what's, yeah. See, people, that's a certain science of history too, that when you be living it, you don't recognize it. You know what I mean? And so look, one day my kids, they asked me, but they was little, they was like 4 or 5, right? Hey, yo, man, going all around, you know, like, you know, kids, they be in the house. But you know, now we starting to go around to my grandmother's house. They going to, you know, her family's house, et cetera, et cetera. So one day they just was like, yo, you know, how you got the knowledge? Because you mean everybody else in the family and nobody else got the knowledge. Like you go outside, people got the knowledge. How you got the knowledge? You know what I'm saying? And that's the first time that I realized, like, oh shit, you mean all that shit that was happening for the last years was history? Like I didn't even recognize that that's what it was. So even to this day right now, right, there's people that recall every single thing. Like there's people that recall, this is the day right here I got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? This is the day that I learned 120. You know, this is the day I fasted the 3 days. I don't recall it. I can tell you around about when it is, but at the time, I didn't realize that none of that was going to be history. Because at the time, it wasn't history. It was the present. You see what I mean? But in the present, you write in history. The key is, can you live it out? See what I'm saying? See, right now, you're coming around us, right? You're writing a certain amount of history, right? If you're saying, okay, you want to get the knowledge. Now, the key is, can you live it out? And see, let me be clear with you about something, right? There's a difference between writing history and recording history. So you could record it, you know, you just was there. The shots, they went over there and did that. Yeah, I recorded that. But he wrote it. You understand what I'm saying? That's the difference between, you know, you being an active participant and you just over it. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between you activating from the knowledge, right? And your ideas and then living that out and making it happen, right? And just, yeah, everything happened and you saw it. Even if it happened to you. What happened? Yeah, I don't know what the guy, where he came from, nothing, but he hit me in the head. That's all you know. You just recorded that. That was where your tape came on at. Where he went after that. He went around the corner, I didn't see it. Your recording stopped. So see, that's what those other books is. Because none of them people ain't write those books. Muhammad ain't write that book. Jesus ain't write that book. Abraham ain't write that book. This some people recorded after. So what happened? The tapes stopped 700 years ago, 2,000 years ago. How much of it? You know what I mean? Whatever. Who's the last motherfucker that's alive in the Bible? Like, who's the last motherfucker that's alive in the Bible? It's got to be at least like 100 AD or something. That the last motherfucker who's alive in the Bible is dead, right? Who's the last motherfucker that's alive in 120 lessons? Elijah? That's been 50 years. This is where you got to pick up writing. That's what Elijah told us. But I'm gonna give you all this is shit that has been recorded. Black man died. Now you got to write the rest. Everybody ain't understand that, and so they still over there watching the tapes,
Trying to relive the tapes.
trying to relive the tapes. Hey, listen, you getting the hang of this. You getting the hang of this kind of fast.
You be living the tape. You not writing history.
Like the episode.
It's not. It's the marathon gotta stop at some point. You know how you watch the shows, they be like, oh, it's all day marathon. Like, damn, I already watched this season like 5 times. I think I'm good.
No, everything they about to say.
Damn. Everybody just reliving that shit and trying to play it out in their own story.
Yeah. And that's what happened. See, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why.
That's scary as shit.
That's one of the reasons why Black people in America is fucked up. You see, that's one of the things that the brothers was doing, right? The brothers that, the families of all these nations. We're talking about law, we're talking about the Hebrew Israelites, all these different things, right? They was giving us a story. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we the only people that don't got, like, whether they Indians and they like, yo, we came up out this cave and shit right here, right? Or they Chinese people and yo, a fucking dragon came out the sky and the first king was riding on his back, you know what I'm saying? Or the Roman Empire, 2 twin brothers was raised by wolves and then they conquered the hill. Black people don't got that like that. You know what I mean? And I'm not picking on the slave narrative and say we shouldn't be telling that part of the history, but I'm just saying that's not all of the history. See what I mean? Like how you were saying yesterday, I don't know if you said yesterday or today, about the finiteness of Black History Month.
I said today, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah,
shortest history.
Right, that is
so we can be forgotten.
Right, how could you possibly fit the history into that, right? So, these different brothers, that's one of the things they was accomplished, right? Is they was putting, because everybody, they gods, right? Like you don't see, like Indians, the Shivas or whatever, I'm not sure the name, I'm not saying disrespectfully, I'm saying, I'm not, they look like Indians. Even if they blue, right? They still got characteristics of Indians. The Confucius or, Buddha, all of these different people, right? And Buddha looks different in India than he looks in China. Because in China, they want a Chinese Buddha because that's who they are. You see what I'm saying? But we was the only people we straight up, we say, hail white Jesus. We have no, even the handful of people, right? A lot of times we don't really know who they are or what they really accomplished. Like I remember thinking that as a kid, but I didn't know that it still existed, that it's grown people, right? That think the Underground Railroad was a train. I remember thinking that in elementary
I-
school.
I
remember, yeah, I used to think that in elementary school. But it just goes to show you how, like they tell you that phenomenon existed, right? But how little they actually teach you about it. It's just something that they throw up there. You know what I mean? And make no mistake about it, right? One of the reasons they do that, right, is because they can put themselves in that story. You see what I'm saying? Like even the history, Egypt, right? You hear more about Egypt than any other place, at least in that area right there, what I mean, in terms of the history, is because they can place themselves in that story. But see, they can't place themselves in no story about Great Zimbabwe. You understand what I'm saying?
That's why when they had casted the movies, they placed themselves in the Cleopatra himself was white.
Well, Cleopatra was white. See, you heard Alexander the Great. All right, now Alexander the Great is the first colored man that left out of Europe and conquered the original people. You know what I'm saying? One of the places he conquered was Egypt, right? And Alexander the Great, he never made it back to Macedonia where he was from once he conquered his empire. He died on the way back. So when he died, the land that he conquered got divided amongst his generals, right? And the particular general, his name was Ptolemy. That he ended up with Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And Cleopatra is his descendant. Hey, what?
you never said how he died.
Well, see, we got to be a little politically correct because this is YouTube, but yeah, I don't know. It was thousands of years. I can't even call it. But he has some type of mysterious illness. Of course, a lot of times that mean they killed him. You know what I'm saying? But,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's. I don't think the cause is unknown. I don't think his grave is known. In history, he's one of the people too that like everything about him was written after he was dead and shit. By people that didn't really know him and shit. So he may or may not even exist and shit. A lot of people in history may or may not exist. You know what I'm saying? In Greece in particular, see, because that whole history was lost. Greece, they lost their history and got it back from the Muslims. Like, see, even the Olympics, when they tell you about Greece, the first modern Olympics was in 1896. Like, they knew it was stuff that was there, but like a lot of shit, like it was goats. It was goats living in the Coliseum at one time. Because like a lot of them shits that you see ruined is not ruined from it falling apart. People just came and took the bricks. So yeah, and that red thing right there. Let's see who's in here. Who's in the room?
So basically,
That red thing on top of it.
so a lot of people do something about bodies yesterday. How there's a lot of us, but a lot of us are just woken, not like basically existing, not living. So basically most of us kind of like imitations of the condition of the quote unquote devils and oppression.
Wait, start from the beginning, say it again.
Like I said, like basically all of us together make like a huge consciousness because a lot of us is like living, but most of us are just existing. Like if we don't tap into who we are, then we won't really know where we're going. So a lot of people just walking around like just zombies in bodies, but they just imitating what they see and not what they know.
Right.
So then how are they supposed to, or if they will wake up?
I mean, unfortunately, everybody's not gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? You got people like, look, my grandfather lived his whole life as an 85%. You know something though? Right before he got sick, right? One day he came to pick me up. He come with his van, right? Pick me up one day. He was like, yo, you know that stuff you were doing, man? I should have been doing that, man. I should have got down. Listen, he came, he's like, look, why don't you show me how to get some merchandise? He starts. Yeah, I don't know. But just one day he just came, he's like, yo, man, this whole time you've been right, man. You all should have been doing what you were doing. But I'm saying, yeah, by then, these guys ciphers. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you're not gonna be able to do, you're not the same 19-year-old kid that came up here for the sticks. You know what I'm saying? So that happens, you know what I'm saying? My pops, he lived his whole life as an A5. Like all of them, they never stopped being paid. They was slaves of a mental death and power. They never made it out. And you get so comfortable there and it feels so safe, you try to stop me from getting out. You know what I'm saying? You asking me, well, I'm getting the knowledge. So I'm gonna be like, yeah, I see what's going on. But that's game, exactly. Right? For the person not to find out until it's too late. That's pretty much, and now this is more we getting into just my personal viewpoint is that things got hit rock bottom. And I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not rock bottom. This is not it yet, right? Because it's still enough illusions. There's still enough illusions that people don't see the situation for what it really is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, in America, status is one of the biggest illusions, right? So as long as there's somebody under you, right, for whatever reason, they saw if they don't got the right money, they don't got the right this, or they don't got that, right, then it's not that bad. Things is looking up. This is America. You can invent a new website and become a billionaire. You can do Bitcoin and become a billionaire. It's all these different things. So, until I guess the illusion of inclusion or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that people should go against the government. I ain't talking about like that, but I mean just that you're included in the best interest, right, of all the different actors here in America. You know what I mean? That you don't have to take particular time and energy and effort and ideas, right, for your own self-interest. You understand what I'm saying? You know, whatever it is, you know, if we talking about, you know, politics, you know what I'm saying? You know, somebody, you gotta put somebody in there that has your self-interest. You know what I'm saying? If you respecting other people, like, see, look, a Puerto Rican is not going to get elected to no seat in Borough Park because you're not from the people in Borough Park. You understand what I'm saying? You know, the people there, they don't expect you to have their interests at heart. Like they got the Jewish people, and it's not picking on the Jewish people because they're Jews. I'm just saying as an example of some of the things they do that I think help them be successful as a society, right? They got a report card that they put out, right? On everybody in the government, right? And what's your level of support for Israel? And if you know, don't have that certain level of support for Israel, you know, they circulate the memo. Yeah, that's how they make sure. That's why when you like, yo, why they got this and why they got that, and we don't get into the inner workings of how this shit work. That's when knowledge and wisdom is, not just this shit we talking on the corner. That's to get us on point. That's to sharpen up our sword, right? But those are the things that we actually got to do. You know what I mean? A motherfucker don't come from Notre Dame and get elected in Borough Park. You know, if y'all ain't know Notre Dame, that's a Catholic school. You doing something else. You know what I'm saying? You know, if it's economics, see in economics, right? The Jews got certain built-in rules. You know, I don't know if that's the reason they have those rules, but those built-in rules, right? Uh, it safeguards their society. So, like for instance, right? They gotta buy shit that's kosher. All right, how you get kosher? So that means Jews have to get paid. You know what I'm saying? The rabbis, the butchers, they gotta get paid in the Jewish community. See, we don't have nothing like that. See, we'll go buy our flag from 85%. See what I'm saying? So, I mean, those is the, you know, yeah, we nation building. You know, we come here, we add on. Next person is another person that got the knowledge, right? You know, a society of men, women, and children for one common cause. All of that part I understand. But when we talk about, you know, actually building a society, right? And see, when I say building a society, you know, look, like I said, take the best part and leave the rest alone. You know, if we're going to build our own society, right? I know there's a lot of things that the devil did that we're going to throw away, but I want to keep plumbing. Indoor plumbing, right? I want it to be bathrooms and shit. You see what I'm saying? See, that's knowledge and wisdom, right? How to build that system, right? How to maintain that system. Who's the people that's going to make sure that it's still electricity, right? I'm just saying that right now. Let's say people, if the white man just comes right now and say, look, all right, what you want? Let's just cut. Let's just cut a deal. Fair exchange, no robbery. We go our way, you go your way, right? So, all right, look, y'all want this area over here. Get you out of that area. But look, that's it. Is this we burn you off? This is the settlement. This is reparations. How much you want? Right? So now you're in your home. Who's going to make sure we got electricity? We going back to farming, or we still going to have supermarkets? See, all that's the shit you got to think of. People think it's easy. You just go out there and shoot at the president. That's why we don't teach that. So you got other people that got a problem with the fact that we don't teach that.
But it's not anarchy. It's self-knowledge. Like I'm trying to.
Yeah, exactly. We don't like anarchy. Anarchy means no rules. Yeah, that's not what we dealing with. We dealing with the rule of law and order. The only difference is our law is supreme mathematics and our order is supreme alphabet. See, people start doing, see, even with this, right? Like I said, you do what you want to do, right? The key is always, can you live it out? All the way to the consequences. See, it's a lot of shit. The easy part is to do it. The hard part, right, is to face the consequences. See, there's a lot of things that is easier to build than it is to maintain. See? And that's a choice that you make. See, like, look, it's hard to get a college degree, right? But life is a little bit easier after you get it. It's easy to get in jail, but life is a lot harder once you get it. These are choices that you make on how you learn. Whether you want to learn the easy way or the hard way. Whether you want to go about doing things the easy way or the hard way. Right? The easy way is to put the knowledge first. See, because when you go off and you wisdom before the knowledge, then you always got to do it again. So if you say something and you don't know what you're talking about, then you got to go back and explain. Well, now, see what I meant is so you got to do it again because you didn't come for knowledge. You see what I'm saying? You go and do some shit, you was cleaning up, you know what the fuck you was doing. All right, now take all that shit you put, take it back out of there now and do it right. You see what I'm saying? Because you didn't do the knowledge. The intention was good, but you didn't do the knowledge. You didn't use moral order, right? You put equality in your motion. So that right there is a little bit of advanced term when you get into your mathematics, right? You see what I'm saying? Emotions is not bad. See, emotion is an idea with a force. See what I'm saying? Meaning like right now, right? If I tell you 35 people died in an avalanche, right? That don't affect you if I tell you that one of those persons was related to you. See what I'm saying?
My avalanche will be emotions.
Right, but I'm saying that your emotions, right, is what is powering your reaction to it, right? See, so for instance, right, a lot of us can get the knowledge, right, and we can know it, but see, some of us love it. And so that's going to make a difference in how we react around it. But see, what happens when you fuck up that, right, is if you let the force become greater than the idea. So now, right, because you love it, right, you keep doing it, but it's dead fucking wrong. Because you love this person, you keep giving them a pass, but they're dead fucking wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So now you put the equality in your motion. See, now you leading from 6, you're not leading from 1. Yeah. And that's how you get fucked up, right? When a person is like, yo, you know, your emotions got the best of you. You knew it was the right thing to do. That's why there's still some people believing in religion. It's the emotional love of it. If you ask them about any of the facts of it, they don't know. And if you say to them, well, listen, we just went down 10 different points of Christianity, right? 10 different things that Christianity told you was true. And we didn't even leave the Bible. Just within the Bible, we proved that cannot be true, right? Like, you know, we can say, okay, look, you know, there's supposed to be these 4 people in the world, right? Then one person gets killed, right? And then one of the other 3 people go to another place called Nod, and finds a wife. So that means it couldn't have just been those 4 people in the world, right? If you present that to Christians, right, the emotions is going to supersede that knowledge. See what I'm saying? If you say to them, listen, it says in the Bible, right, that God created man from an image, right? Then a couple lines later, it says God created man from dust. There's a whole bunch of things that happen more than one time in the Bible. David kills Goliath 2 times. Not saying that the story is saying that, but I'm saying that it says, I think first it said he hit him in the head, and then it said it chopped his head off.
Then where did the rock come from?
Right, that's what I'm saying. The rock hit him in the head, right? Oh. And then in another version, he chopped his head off. Or in another lines, a couple lines later, right? You point out all these inconsistencies, right? What they going to tell you? Well, all I know is that, you know, when this happened, and the Lord this, and he provides this and that. You know what I'm saying? Jesus, take the wheel.
I'm just laughing because that shit's so true. They start crying or something. They tell you to get out.
Right, anything because the more you did.
It just takes over logic.
You got to remember something. This type of behavior, you know, believing in religion and stuff like that, that's insane. You see what I mean? And see, you got to watch that. I'm just talking about as a person, just in life, whether you be a 5% or not. When you see people that's dealing with an illusion, it's dangerous to try to destroy that illusion. You know what I'm saying? They become violent. Yeah. So you know, yeah. I'm just telling you, just be careful. Whatever it is, like look, and whatever motherfucker tell you, and you say, nah, man, really, this is real. Just be prepared. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
Yeah, man. I didn't talk too long. Now I can't even catch up on y'all comments now. If y'all had something important to say, y'all gotta say it. Hey, God, Savvy Divine, I was looking for you earlier. I was trying to find God for real. Because I had met this other brother. He told me he's from out there in Minnesota. I wanted to see if you knew him. But if you get a chance, send me the link to his Instagram on Instagram. Send me the link to his page. I know he's on my page, but I couldn't find him in the what's the name. I don't know what his handle is. Oh snap! I didn't know we was in here going that long. How time is? 10:25.
Damn.
Yeah, we get busy. That's how this knowledge is. You know, see when you go into that warp, right? Remember, time is a measurement of physical motion. So see, when you get in the mind and shit, all that shit disappears. You know what I'm saying? Certain things, certain ideas, certain concepts, man, that's not, concrete like knowledge, that shit disappear. See, time is funny. You know how you be going someplace, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it take a long time to get there, right? You ever notice it take less time to get back?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same time. It's the perception in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Time is a master illusion. See, that's why you got some motherfuckers, 25 walk with a cane, right? And you got some motherfuckers 75 doing kung fu regimen every day and shit, working out, hitting the park, running miles. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say nigga Jack LaLanne's doing that shit. Jack LaLanne was like 60 something and swam across the English Channel with a boat tied to him.
There be some old Tai Chi practitioners.
Yeah.
In the 90s. Still doing Tai Chi.
Because see, when you do certain things, it transcend that time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why some things, how they say, time flies when you're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? All of that makes a difference. That's how you can tell the illusion of it is because the more you pay attention to it, the more important it becomes. You know what I'm saying? In and of itself, it don't really mean that. But the more you pay attention to it, the more important it becomes. Now send it to the AllahChrist page. See, that's another science. Remind me, let me see, when should we go to that? When you get to the 136, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remind me to tell you the science of the clock. But at any rate, do we have any we got any questions out there in the room? I know this was a bad week for the chat room. Because we have business to attend right here in the G building. So we didn't get a chance to kick it like we usually do. But y'all got any questions before we wrap this one up? Battery power is getting low too. So we need to get out of here before we get cut. Listen, John Bishop, I'm trying to explain something. I'm trying to explain something to a young gentleman that's just beginning right now. We don't need to go into that. See, we have John Bishop here. John Bishop doesn't like when I refer to Alexander the Great as Alexander the Great because he was not in fact great. So John Bishop, whenever I say Alexander the Great, he makes sure to correct me and say that it's Alexander the Greek. Yeah, you can't. Certain things you can't. You got to check and see if Don Bishop's in the room before you say that. Like, see, I don't know. He let me get away with saying Jews today, but you got to say it right when he's. I don't know. You can't just say Jews. You got to know the Jews and you got to know the Hebrews when you're dealing with Don Bishop over here. Yeah.
What he said that to do? What he said?
Well, hold on. Let's get it all the way right now. You got Jews, right? You got Hebrews, and you got Israelites, right? Now the Jews, from what I understand, that's the Ashkenazi, right? The Seinfeld. Those are the Jews, right? All right, now let me get this straight. Which one is which? An Israelite means you're a descendant of Jacob, right?
With the 12 tribes?
Yeah. A Hebrew means that you're particularly of Jacob's 12 descendants, a descendant of Judah and what's the other guy? There's only two tribes worship Judaism.
12.
Yeah, it's 12 tribes. The other 10 deal with the idol worship. Only 2 tribes. Is it Benjamin? It might be Judah and Benjamin. But if you descended from those 2, those are the Hebrews. You see what I'm saying? All of them is Israelites because those is Jacob's children. You know what I'm saying? By bloodline, they Israelite. Is that did I get that? Did I get that right, Don Bishop? Don Bishop, he's a real stickler. Yes, that's something I learned since I had the channel. I never knew what it was about. What's my thoughts on Bitcoin? You know, in terms of what you know, because a lot of different aspects. I mean, just from the aspect of it going up and down, you know what I mean? You know, for the most part, most things, that's what I'm thinking about, how we gonna benefit off of it, you know what I mean? See, there's temporary solutions and permanent solutions, right? So when you're dealing with things, you know, any type of monetary stuff and all of that, right? Those things is necessary, right? Like going to get a job, right? Sending your kids to school so they can get good jobs. Those are still temporary solutions. You can see if you try to use politics, right, as the main thing that you're using to take the devil off the planet, then he's just gonna make it be war. If you accumulated enough dollars to take him off the planet, he's gonna just crash the economy. Like, you know, the first law of nature is self-preservation, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's all powerful and that, you know, he's undefeatable. I'm just saying that, you know, those are temporary solutions. You know what I'm saying? It's like right now, you got people that's starving wherever they are. Okay, welfare is a temporary solution. You know what I mean? But it's not permanently, you know, if you start doing this generations down the line, you see what I mean? Now you utilizing this for your benefit. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, with Bitcoin, you know, yeah, it's a vehicle. You know what I'm saying? You could try to accumulate some stuff, but you know, you got to remember that whatever you're doing with them, you're playing music with chairs. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, if the music stopped, so you know, on some level, you know, I guess I don't know if you're talking about it just purely as an investment. Like, I mean, yeah, I got some Bitcoin. You know, I haven't looked at it since it started going down. I haven't even looked. I haven't even opened the app. Like my app, my Coinbase got like 500 alerts because because I don't even open the shit no more.
So I got $2 million in it right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though I got like $5 million.
You know, so you know, if you're talking about this as an investment, yeah, right now I don't think about it. You know, I got what I got. We see what happens. You know, but I mean, it's not bad. Apex said, I thought Hebrew meant one who crossed over. I mean, you know, we can go into that. That's you know, now that's leave it up to you to pick a good rabbit hole. Shamik said you was getting into some science when firstborn prince with the 7 characteristics of Watchman. Oh yeah, well, on the next class we'll get into that. We had a live stream on the 7 characteristics of a Watchman. You know what I'm saying? You know, which was, you know, that was very useful in terms of, you know, etiquette in the cipher. You know what I mean? And, you know, that definitely went a long way. Like, you know, when things got out of hand, that would come out. You know what I mean? Like if brothers start arguing, you know what I'm saying? You know, yo, listen, man, 7 characteristics of a wise man is, you know, one must listen while one speaks. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that would bring, because nobody wants to be the unwise man inside, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, we can get into that. He said Bitcoin has the potential to upend and decimate the current financial system, banks, governments, and truly afraid of its potential globally. When it goes down, it's time to accumulate, but let's not get too sidetracked. I mean, see, here's the thing. They still run it though. Like I know they're saying it's decentralized, but it's decentralized, you know, it's still within the environment. Like you could do, what I'm saying is this, right? You could have a situation, right, where say you got the projects, right? And no one person is running the whole projects, right? But that environment is still, that's the project world. Anything that happened in this is still at the mercy of those people in the projects. You understand what I'm saying? If they decide they don't like that shit, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a problem. So, you know, like at the end of the day, right? What if you say, yo, yeah, fuck that, I'm gonna do Bitcoin. And when they say, well, fuck it, I'm gonna turn your electricity off, motherfucker. Now how you gonna mine your Bitcoins then? You understand what I'm saying? You know, who did they just say, well, since y'all want to fuck us up, being that the government made the internet, we're gonna kick all y'all motherfuckers off. Yeah. Unless you can prove that you don't fuck with Bitcoin. If we catch your name on the Coinbase list, and that's what, you know, it's still something, you know. Now I don't know if that's particularly the aspect that you're talking about. That's just what I thought about when you asked the question. You know what I'm saying? But in that situation, you know what I'm saying? God Cyber Divine, Don Bishop, you know, he always at this point in the conversation, he always brings up the barter system. You know, that's, I would say, more decentralized. You know what I'm saying? Because now there's no whole registry. You know, my deal is between me and him. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the thing that I've thought about, right? You know, what happens if the government seizes the registry? And what happens if the government just passes a law that, look, we need to see that home. Like how they do with the phone companies, send a little private subpoena. We need to see that. Like all your transactions is on that registry, right? So if they wanted to start taxing it, why, you know, what would stop them? I don't know. Maybe it is something, but what would be stopping them from going to that registry saying, I see you, nigga. Shamik said, I still give everyone that T-Stellar. Yeah, usually listen, that's to me part of you know, coming into the knowledge. You know, like I said, you know, those are the principles, you know, the ethics, the morals that go along with the knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? You know, a lot of times, you know, that stereotypical guy that a lot of people know or have known in their life as a 5% that may be giving them a different image. That's been the issue. They have our knowledge, but they don't have our ethics. And so they out there doing things in the street that people is like, oh, that's what the 5% is about. Nah, that's some bullshit. Yeah. You see what I mean? Because he's not dealing with our ethics. Side rally, did you hear Nas directed a documentary about Supreme Sin? It was actually talking about it earlier. It actually came up earlier in the live. It's not something I'm gonna be checking out, but yeah, I heard about it. Who we at? Let's see. Oh, we got decent. I don't know how we want to be.
That what they mean when they say one bad apple will spoil a whole bunch. Because if that misrepresentation is out there, the people, like you said, going to be like, I don't want to be a part of that. Let's keep the ignorance going.
Bad foods.
But it's like it only seems to happen in our community. First of all, they do that. I like the character of the person. He does that. He might not do that. Nah, I see them both together. We just go guilty. But So just because a few take it in misfusion doesn't mean that's the whole.
You know, it's good or bad. It's real ones and it's a fake ones.
But when they see us, they always think, oh, bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that is.
Misrepresentation.
Yeah. You see people try to use it. See that gives when your words got bond like that, that gives your enemy tremendous ammo against you. Yeah, but I mean, for me personally, I'm gonna tell you something. I understand that, brothers is being lucrative and all that, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. It's time for a lot of that history to die, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just time for that, like uh, you just rehashing these stories, and it's just for the excitement, of some people. Like, you're not getting that from that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't really no lessons to learn and shit. It's just some other shit where you want to act like it's dope for this. It's that, yeah, like it's entertainment and all that, but really all you doing is exposing a new generation of people to that shit that never knew that shit existed.
It's some primary. It's some primary because you're not really giving people the real.
Like, yeah, and it's like, for instance, right? You wouldn't realize that, those individuals right there, right? Yeah, you got the projects over there. You got Baisley, you got South Jamaica. But really, most of Jamaica is not like that. Jamaica is all private houses and old people and shit. And what's it? You gotta work all the day, man. There's a handful of cats, man, that was wilding out over there. But it gives you that image that the whole neighborhood is all savage, right? So now when the police run in there and start beating people in the head, it's because the whole neighborhood is savage. Not just that, small group of people right there. I say people from Queens is soft, but just saying that, it's private houses out there. Like, that's, see, when I look at things in terms of, right, your parents, right? Your parents have a little bit of paper and they try to get you out of Brownsville in East New York. A lot of people from Jamaica, they from Medina. And they family moved out there to try to get them out of East New York and Brownsville. Now, Bishop said, I see it as a specific history, so you don't repeat it, you renew it. I mean, see, here's the thing. Remember the scene in Juice when they was watching the movie in the house, right? And the dude got killed. And Tupac jumped up. It was like, yo, that's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, that's dope, man. We gotta live just like that and shit. And the other kid said, man, he just got killed. Why the fuck we wanna live like that? And Tupac was like, yeah, but all that other shit before he got killed, though, man, she was gangster. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what happened. Ain't nobody looking at that. That, yo, these people that you imitating, they got themselves killed. Like, listen, a lot of times, right, when you see these gangs and shit, right, and these dudes, and they be like, yo, this motherfucker right here, yo, shout out to this motherfucker, like, yo, you know, this nigga is a whole, he's, there's a whole set named after him. A lot of these dudes is little kids, man. A lot of these people, the legends of the street world, they didn't make it to 25. So just saying that, using that as a footsteps to follow, what I'm saying, right? Or, you know, maybe the person made it past 25, but from 25 to 50, they was in jail. And this is the person you mimicking that. Like, listen, how many rap groups, how many of these rappers, they come out with their label and then they start saying, yeah, we the new Death Row. What happened to them right after that? They end up in the same place with Death Row. See, sometimes you gotta look at, sometimes you gotta look at shit, right? And then say, okay, would reasonable people think that the outcome of this might be bad? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's necessarily going to be bad, but would it be reasonable for a person to think that if you did that particular thing in that particular sequence, that it might don't work out?
See, that's overshadowed, though, God. That's overshadowed by temptation. Temptation of money, power.
Yeah. Look, that's what we've been talking about the whole time. Where, like we were saying yesterday, that's why being a 5%, right? It's not one decision. You know, it's you know, every day, right? You know, you choosing to know your lessons and go through them. You know, it's choosing to, you know, read the food ingredients to make sure what you eat is right and exact. You know what I'm saying? Is you know, making a decision to make sure, you know, your kids doing good in school. You know what I'm saying? You know, all those different things is actually a decision. You know, some of them, they become so ingrained in us that we make that decision, you know, kind of unconsciously, you know, subconsciously. But those are, in fact, decisions. You know what I'm saying? You know, like sometimes you find yourself like that where you like, yo, like I seen people, right? Like, you know, when you go in a store now, like if you go in Marshalls, right? When you go to the counter, they got all that candy and shit and soda there. Mm-hmm. I seen what happens with that. I'm in the store and look, this lady is standing there and yo, she was on the line the whole time. She wasn't even looking. And I'm telling you, saying she picked up the soda and drank the shit. It didn't even it just was subconsciously. But that's why they put it there. Right? Because they made a little bit extra change right here. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck is soda doing at Old Navy? You know what I'm saying?
No, I asked myself that question. I used to see candy and stuff and all that shit.
Yeah. What the fuck is this shit doing? But that's what it is. That they know that you already been programmed. See, look, man, America is about hustling. See, we're going to end it on this because see, now y'all going to make me get it. Then we're going to the Bible. Scrolls. See, in America, shit is already sold. See, like, listen. When you go to the store, right, to get that candy, that was already marketed to you. When you go to McDonald's to get they already showed you around the McDonald's on TV. The person behind the counter, they just the retail transaction. Remember, marketing and promotion is a part of selling. So see, like, look. Wait, who we got in here? Did Shot Queen leave yet? You might close your ears, Shot Queen. So we talking about. See, you have a lot of women that's in the sex industry, right? They don't realize it. You're not the retail person, but you're in marketing and promotion. Like by the time a dude gets to the club, he don't even care who the girl is. He's already been soulless on Instagram. He's already been soulless on the video. He's already been soulless. Those people, those are the salesmen. It's just like, look, when you go to Best Buy, right? You got the person that's at the counter that takes your money and gives you the thing, right? But the people on the floor are selling. Yeah. So it's the same way. We're I think we'll end off right there, and we'll end off right there on that little biblical analysis. Student knowledge on a book called Methods of Persuasion by Nick Kalenda. That's all mental programming was to prime the subject. I know Nick Kalenda, I don't know that particular book. I can't even remember. I'm trying to think. You said Tupac was living like a savage. I don't recall how did that come up?
It's like watching, They Live.
What's that? What's that? They Live. Somebody was telling me about a movie. Oh, yeah, that was dope. Yeah. I remember myself. Nah, but somebody brought up a movie the other day. What was that movie I was talking about with the people? It was something like The Hills Have Eyes. And the people was living in that movie was crazy funny, yo. It was this one white dude that kept running off and leaving his car. Like every time something happens.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so. Oh man. Yeah, that movie was wild funny, say. Man. Oh yeah, just every time I'm talking about the movie. We're not talking about him living like a savage in the movie. What I'm talking about is that the impact that it has on the people that you're trying to tell. You know what I'm saying? Like as you telling them, right? Beware that, like you said, right here with this Nick Kalenda thing, that you're not priming them. You see what I'm saying? Because as you tell them, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, this is what we used to do, and we used to keep the shit over there, you telling them how to do it. That's why when they do certain things, if they tell you like, yeah, these people rob the bank and this is how they do it, they're gonna leave certain details out. You see what I'm saying? Because they know, yeah, you giving instructions. You understand what I mean? You gotta be aware, right? That the lesson that you're giving is not just plain simple instructions.
That's why certain movies, certain shows that put
Yeah.
disclaimer.
See, that's some shit right there. Like, look,
They was breaking it down.
look, that's why, when's the last time you heard, okay, kids, don't try this at home? When's the last time you heard that?
I haven't heard that in years.
You know why? Because we used to try that as soon as they said that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's like don't do drugs.
you don't hear that no more. Because they know that if you tell us don't try it, but you give us the fucking instructions, we go to try it.
It's like the DARE program. Don't do drugs. But you call DARE. And you play truth or dare. You're telling me whether you get the dare, I'll go do it. That's a dare. You know what I'm saying? Like, I dare you. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you another thing too. And look, if you watch it, right? I want you to tell me if this happens. Because I notice this is common in these types of things, right? Where, let's say the documentary is 2 hours long, right?
Mm-hmm.
You spend an hour and 50 minutes talking about the glory days. You spend an hour and 50 minutes showing pictures of the cars, the women, the jewelry, the money. You understand what I mean? And then you spend the last 10 minutes saying, yeah, well, you know, since I came home, you know, I'm working with kids. And just your whole, like when you was talking about the other shit that juice was flowing, you was like, yeah, because niggas knew when we came through, yo, man, we had niggas, Harlem niggas come to us, man. You understand what I'm saying? That's how they talking when you talking about that part. Then you get to the part where you're doing good. So yeah, you know, I'm doing something right now with the kids, you know, helping them to read. When you like saying, what part you think people notice? You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So look, I want you to tell me if that happens in that documentary.
That's how it was with BMX.
Yeah. Now Bishop said I made a mistake with my daughter telling her how we used to throw eggs on Halloween, just reminiscing, and the next day she was dressed in all black, ready to throw eggs with her best. That's what I'm saying. So that's what's... Look, let me tell you something, man. You know, black kids are real niggas, man. You gotta watch black little kids, man. You got it. She was masked up. She was masked up with fatigue. Ready to get busy. Yeah, that's what happens. Exactly what happens. So that's why I'm not so much into that right now, you know, to a certain degree. Like, you know, look, you know, and then that'd be another thing too, right? Is that the story never goes nowhere. Yeah. Like, why don't the people ever sell the drugs, right? And then invest in the company and shit. Right? And then, you know, everybody make money. And, you know, why is it, everybody always get killed or go in jail at the end?
Yeah, or they get stripped.
Why is the lesson never what to do? Like, you really, okay, that's not real. They made it up. Yeah, they made up fucking Die Hard too. You understand what I'm saying? Why can't you make up a fucking script? I guarantee it, I'm pretty sure that's not going to go over quite as well with the big wigs over in Hollywood in terms of you getting the funding. But I'm saying that even when dudes do their little independent jump off, right? Like all these little YouTube jump offs, I haven't heard about one. I'm saying it don't exist, but I haven't heard. You hear about the money and the violence and all these different things like that, right? But is there anyone where people do the right thing? See, that's what I'm saying. Where so it's like when you say you know it's for the purpose of teaching a lesson and all that. Like, yeah, there's lessons in there, but a lot of times I don't think uh I don't think they do the best job in getting that across. You know what I'm saying? You know, like one reality that you very seldom hear on these what's the names is that a lot of these niggas, yeah, y'all made millions of dollars over a short period of time back in the 80s. You live in a tent city now. Just one for you know what I'm saying? Like you haven't made a dime since then, G. Niggas motherfucker, yo, son, I'm a hustler now. I hustle like this, man. My hustle game is strong. Nigga, you ain't never sold nothing except something that sells itself. They don't never talk about that part. That after it's over, right? You came home, right? All the people that used to be following behind you, they got regular jobs now. They not trying to be nowhere near around
You never evolved.
you. Yeah, yeah. You know, you spent most of your life in there. You know, your formative years. You know, your best life where everybody else was living, using there. So that's why I say, man, a lot of them stories, it's like that stuff already ran its course. You know what I'm saying? And right now, it's just being like a money grab. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, it's like, well, you know, this documentary, I'm sure it's on Netflix or, you know, Hulu or whatever, jump off, right? You know, so you tell that story, but listen, I can prove to you, right, that it's not just black, it's not just this era, right? And it's not just those black stories. And I'm gonna tell you how you know. Listen to anybody who came into the street in the 1960s or the 1970s. And they'll tell you that they got their gangster ways from watching Humphrey Bogart and James Cagney on TV. That's where they picked it up that you got to be gangster. Now, in all them gangster movies, Humphrey Bogart and all of them got killed at the end of the movie. You know, people got locked up, whatever the case may have been. But what I'm saying is that just the mind of young people from the jump, you got to remember, is risk don't register to them like that. You understand what I'm saying? The danger don't register to young people like that. You see what I'm saying? And young people, you know, they have a tendency to think that, you know, this is a new time and we have new knowledge that you didn't have. So all those mistakes that you made to get caught, I'm not going to get caught though. How many people said that? How many people, how many people remember saying that? That's like those famous last words. I don't know what we still doing on here. I already told y'all we was getting off after we dealt with the scrolls. But in the meantime, between time, we're gonna go ahead and check out next week. We'll be getting into some of the things, seven characteristics of a wise man. We'll do the 7 planes of energy, 5 stages of the mind. Anything else out there? Anything else out there I think we should cover? Yeah, right, Mr. Greenwood. Yeah, it's like beating a dead horse. You know, like we don't have to hear the story of every Nino Brown from every city. Like it is, it's boring for me. Plus, I was there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, it's who wants to keep living that shit? Wait, what? Larry Hoover renounced his ties to the GD and said he's no longer the leader. Now, I didn't hear that. But it just goes to show you that that's what I'm saying. How long are they going to spend on that part of the story? That at some point, apparently, he made a decision that, this is not worth it. At least not now. Not to say that he's saying that whatever he had to do then, but at this point in his life, to be going through what he's going through, you know what I'm saying, over the reason that he's going through it, gotta make another decision. But see, that's the thing. If you tell the story in a short distance of time, a lot of people seem different. Like if you count Jesus' life, right, on just 35 years, right? Jesus supposed to die in 33, right? So you just take this 35 years right here, right? Or let's just keep it specific. If you take those 33 years, Jesus was unsuccessful. He got himself killed and no fucking kingdom of God didn't come. He's supposed to be riding into Jerusalem. Don Bishop, you correct me if I'm wrong. He's supposed to be riding into Jerusalem on a mule to take the shit over and make it the kingdom of God. But you came to Jerusalem with a damn cross on your back and thorns on your head and got killed. So see, in a short distance of time, he seemed unsuccessful. But now all the Italians is Christian. The Roman Catholic Church is from Italy. Same people that time on the cross. If you look at it in a short distance of time, Marcus Garvey was unsuccessful. Got self-deported and shit. But when you look at all of the different people, right, that grew off of the ideas that he manifested. You see what I'm saying? And then some of these people we talking about right now, in a short distance of time, they was very successful. But a lot of these kingpin dudes, you talking about like 18 months, 2-3 years, they was getting that kind of money. And then the next 30, they was in. So in a short distance of time, like a lot of these names we had, kingpin here, kingpin there, right? But if you knew what they was doing for the last, 35 years since that's been over, I see dudes all the time. You see dudes packing bags in the supermarket. Niggas should have the whole block working for them. See what I'm saying? Yeah. But if you look at it in a short distance of time, you know what I'm saying? You got some, then they got themselves killed. For that window of time, they look successful. So like right now, depending on how high the building you jump off of, right? You can think you're flying. Like right now, if you jump off the state office building, right? You got a couple minutes before you hit, not a couple minutes, you got a couple seconds before you hit the ground. During those couple seconds, you could be doing somersaults and backflips and thinking you good. But in the long run, people are gonna say, yeah, I don't know what you did that for. So that's why I don't, Am I active on IG? Yeah, I got a new IG account, but I think they blocking me. I don't know. It's every time I go on there. But y'all like IG because on IG, pretty much anything goes. Yeah, on YouTube. Wow, man. You said Christian put knowledge of wisdom before the knowledge. Nowadays, when did they ever have the knowledge?
So now you record from your phone?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do it on the phone.
And that goes there.
Yeah, but I ain't got my equipment. I just been lazy. I gotta hook my equipment back up. There's be a whole bunch of stuff going on. I got my broadcast equipment. Plus, I gotta get some new stuff. I want to get some cameras. I think it's time. I got, my light broke, but I'm gonna get. I got a different light. I'm gonna get. But yeah, it's about that time. It's been about 6 months since I upgraded.
Some people do TikTok at the same time, IG, Facebook at the same time, everything at one time. Some people do that.
Yeah, you can. I had the app where you could do a whole bunch of different stuff, but then once I got my broadcast stuff, I got caught up in that. Really, that's the funnest way that I like doing it. Harry Davis said, read the Bitcoin white paper when you get a chance. It's not about making dollars. It's about a paradigm shift. Well, I mean, I think I understand, the paradigm shift, to the decentralized registry that is not, controlled by the same kind of entities that arose from medieval and Renaissance Europe. But I mean, at some point, if it has value, right? That value at some point has to translate into something that has intrinsic value. Like Bitcoin is an idea, and ideas have value, not denying it. But what I'm saying is that if a person owns, if a person grows apples, right? Now they could sell the apples. There's a price, for whatever is a bushel of apples or a basket of apples or whatever it might be, a single apple, right? Now, let's say something happens with the economy and suddenly they can't sell any apples. They can still eat the apples because the apples have intrinsic value. It's not that I'm against Bitcoin. Like I said, I got Bitcoin. You know what I mean? But I'm just aware that there's no intrinsic value. You understand what I mean? Bitcoin right now is moving on the paradigm of supply and demand. Like those are the two paradigms that kind of give things value in the capitalist system is intrinsic value, right? And supply and demand. So I like to use the example of basketball players and school teachers. School teachers have an intrinsic value in society, right? They educate people, so that they can be productive members of society, right? basketball players have no real intrinsic value. Like when the pandemic was going on, if a motherfucker said, look, I'm sending LeBron James to your house. Not with no money, I'm sending your house. Right? You'd be like, what the fuck is you doing that for? I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because he don't have no value in a situation like that. Like if your house is on fire, you say, yo, I'm gonna send LeBron James over there. Then the fuck you sending LeBron, you know what I'm saying? The fuck is he gonna do? Throw a basketball at it? You understand what I'm saying? However, LeBron James is 1 in 8 billion. You understand what I mean? The supply of LeBron James is 1, as opposed to anybody can check a box and become a school teacher. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that the right now, the supply of Bitcoin, right, is being limited by the miners or whatever, and the demand is from the idea, right, of us all being on one page, right? But I am concerned, or, you know, not to say concerned, but in terms of, you know, when you're making investments, right, how you balancing that. You see what I'm saying? Like, for instance, you may not, you know, real estate may not go up the same amount that Bitcoin is going to go up, right? But the intrinsic value of you having that land, right, is, yeah, so, you know. So after mastering 120, can you explain the rest of the 240? What do you mean the rest of the 240? Nah, see, listen, let me explain something to you. 120 is 360 degrees of the lessons. Like, that's all the lessons. Like, you know how when you finish the ninth degree in the solar facts, they say you completed 120. You can't complete it unless it's 360. Like, see, here's the thing, right? When a person say that they knowledge 120, right? That means you learned it. Then you wisdom 120, right? That means you speak it. And then you understand 120. That means you have a clear mental picture of it, right? But look here, that's not 360 degrees. That's not complete. Because how you lived it out, what happened to culture? What did you do with it? What did you exercise your power for? What was your equality to the people with it? So this idea that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is a complete cipher, I mean, look, to each their own. See, I understand you say man, woman, and child, right? Man, woman, and child is how you understand it. That's a complete cipher, right? But that child had to be born, had to go from knowledge to born. That's 360 degrees of the lessons. See, then people say, yo, they got 120 knowledge, 120 wisdom, 120 understanding. If you only got 120 degrees of knowledge, the knowledge is incomplete. You got to have 360 degrees. That's like you come up to me, right? Look, we say knowledge and wisdom, right? To know and to speak. So if you only got 120 degrees of knowledge, by the time you talking, you left out 240 degrees of the shit, didn't you? Mm-hmm. You started talking with only 1/3 of what you were supposed to know. How's that going to come out right? No, you got to have 360 degrees of knowledge. I'm not ranting at you. I just feel. See, each mathematics is complete within itself. You got 360 degrees of knowledge, 360 degrees of wisdom, 300 of all degrees. Each degree goes from knowledge to born. Knowledge goes from knowledge to born before it goes to wisdom. See, now we start to get into the infinity, because if knowledge goes from knowledge to born before it goes to wisdom, right? And then wisdom, but think about it. That knowledge, when knowledge goes to knowledge to born, right? That knowledge that's in that cycle goes from knowledge to born too. But if you're only dealing with 120, then you got to wait for other stuff to happen or something. I don't know. But that's one of the things that it sounds good. You know what I'm saying? When people say it, you got $1 trillion, $1 trillion wisdom, $1 trillion understand. Nah, man. Say the supply is 21 million. There will only ever be 21 million. I don't totally agree, but I appreciate your breakdown and point of view. It's still, I mean, okay. When we discuss this again, this is what I want you to do. Right? Explain this to me using the principles of our culture. Because explain to me how this is not more gold. Let me put this over here real quick while you're giving me that answer. And like I said, look, I don't have no problem with more gold. We already here. We already here in the wilderness of North America. So yeah, we need more gold. No problem with that. But I'm just saying, in terms of my expectation of it. But we got to come back to that. We'll deal with that